Close your eyes, breathe slowly. Tonight we travel to the edges of what humanity knows, to the stone circles that predate writing, to the desert drawings that can only be seen from the sky, to the underground cities carved by hands whose names were never recorded, to the islands at the end of the world where stone giants stare at the horizon. These are the mysteries that the oldest human beings left behind. These are the questions that 5,000 years of civilization have not yet answered. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 1. The mystery that defines us, why humans ask why. Before we enter the first of the world's oldest mysteries, before we stand at the threshold of Göbekli Tepe, or look up at the stones of Stonehenge, or walk the silent avenue of the Easter Island giants, it is worth pausing to ask the question that underlies all the others. Why do these mysteries exist at all? Why did the human beings of the ancient world build structures of such ambition, in locations of such deliberateness, at a cost of such extraordinary collective effort, and then leave behind no written explanation of what they were doing, why they were doing it, or what they intended the structures to mean? Why is it that the most monumental achievements of the earliest human civilizations are also, so consistently, the least explained? The answer, and it is both a frustrating and a deeply illuminating one, is that explanation, in the sense we now expect it, was not the primary mode of ancient human communication. The ancient builders of Stonehenge, of Göbekli Tepe, of the Nazca Lines, of Easter Island did not write instruction manuals or philosophical treatises about their constructions because writing, for most of the period in which these monuments were built, did not yet exist, and because the knowledge embedded in these structures was transmitted not through text but through ritual, through oral tradition, through participation in the ceremonies that gave the monuments their meaning. The mystery that surrounds these places today is largely a product of the specific catastrophe of cultural discontinuity, the breaking of the chain of transmission that connected the builders to their descendants, through conquest, through disease, through the simple passage of time across thousands of years. What survived when the chain broke was the stone, the physical structure, stripped of its context, standing in the landscape like a sentence whose first and last words have been torn away. The mystery of the world's oldest monuments is, in its deepest form, the mystery of what was lost when the people who understood them stopped being present to explain. What remains is not a puzzle deliberately left by ancient builders to challenge future generations. It is the echo of a conversation we can no longer fully hear, and the human compulsion to listen anyway, to strain toward meaning in the silence, is itself one of the most ancient and most defining of all human impulses. 100 facts, 50 mysteries, 10,000 years of human longing to understand. Let us begin. Fact 2. Göbekli Tepe, the monument that rewrote history. Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary archaeological site on a limestone ridge in the Taurus Mountains of southeastern Turkey, approximately 15 kilometers northeast of the modern city of Şanlıurfa, where a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt began excavations in 1994 CE and immediately recognized that he was looking at something that would fundamentally and irreversibly change the understanding of human prehistory. Is the single most consequential archaeological discovery of the 20th century. A complex of monumental stone structures built approximately 11 to 12,000 years ago, at a time when the prevailing model of human prehistory held that no human society had yet developed the organizational capacity to build anything of the kind, and whose existence has forced a comprehensive reconsideration of the relationship between civilization, agriculture, and the specifically human impulse to construct sacred spaces. The structures at Göbekli Tepe consist of a series of circular and oval enclosures, each built around pairs of large T-shaped limestone pillars standing up to 5.5 meters tall and weighing up to 10 tons each, connected by rings of smaller pillars and walls. The pillars are carved with elaborate relief images: foxes, snakes, boars, cranes, ducks, scorpions, lions, and abstract symbols that cover their surfaces with an artistic sophistication entirely inconsistent with the conventional picture of the human communities that supposedly existed at this period. The site was not a settlement. There is no evidence of permanent habitation, no domestic refuse, no cooking fires of the ordinary kind. It was built, apparently, as a place of ceremony, a sacred space constructed for purposes of ritual and communal gathering by communities that had no permanent villages and no agriculture. This last detail is the one that detonated the conventional model. Göbekli Tepe was built approximately 7,000 years before Stonehenge and approximately 6,000 years before the earliest Egyptian pyramids, at a time when the human beings who built it were, by the conventional account, hunter-gatherers living in small mobile bands without the social organization, the food surplus, or the coordinating authority that monumental construction was believed to require. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe did not merely add a new monument to the list of ancient wonders. It inverted the conventional explanation of why civilization began, suggesting that it was not agriculture that made monumental building possible, but that monumental building, and the social organization required to construct and maintain it, may have been what made agriculture necessary. Only approximately 5% of the site has been excavated. The full extent of what lies beneath the limestone plateau of Göbekli Tepe is still unknown, and the secrets it holds have barely begun to be read. Fact 3. Stonehenge, the circle that keeps its secrets. Stonehenge, the prehistoric monument on Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England, whose iconic silhouette of massive standing stones arranged in a circular pattern, has made it the most recognizable prehistoric structure in the world and the most visited archaeological site in Britain, has been the subject of more theories, more speculation, more scholarly debate, and more outright fantasy than perhaps any other monument on Earth. A structure whose physical facts are well established, and whose deeper meaning remains, after more than 2 centuries of serious archaeological investigation, as genuinely and as fascinatingly mysterious as it has ever been. The physical facts of Stonehenge, established through more than a century of careful archaeological work, are remarkable enough on their own terms. The monument as it stands today is the final phase of a construction process that began approximately 5,000 years ago and continued for roughly 1,500 years, a span of construction activity longer than the entire history of Christianity. The earliest phase was a circular earthwork enclosure, a ditch and bank of simple form, built around 3000 BCE. The great stone monument that defines Stonehenge's modern image was assembled in several phases between approximately 2500 and 1500 BCE, using 2 distinct types of stone: the massive Sarsen sandstone blocks, some weighing up to 25 tons, transporting from Marlborough Downs approximately 25 kilometers to the north, and the smaller bluestones, weighing between 2 and 5 tons each, transporting from the Preseli Hills in Wales approximately 250 kilometers away. The specific engineering achievement of transporting bluestones from Wales to Salisbury Plain, across rivers, through forests, over hills, without wheeled vehicles or metal tools, remains one of the most intensively studied and most genuinely puzzling problems in European prehistory. The most widely accepted current theory proposes a combination of wooden sledges, log rollers, and river transport, but experimental archaeology has not definitively demonstrated that these methods could have achieved the transport of stones of this size and weight over this distance, and alternative theories involving glacial transport of some of the bluestones continue to attract serious attention. What Stonehenge was built for, the specific ritual, astronomical, or social functions that justified this extraordinary investment of collective effort across 15 centuries, is the question on which the mystery ultimately turns, and to which the next fact turns directly. Fact 4. Stonehenge and the Sun, an observatory in stone. The astronomical alignment of Stonehenge, the specific orientation of the monument's principal axis toward the rising sun on the summer solstice and the setting sun on the winter solstice, an alignment so precise that it has survived 5,000 years of subsidence, vandalism, and partial collapse while remaining demonstrably intentional, is the most securely established and most widely agreed upon fact about the monument's function. An astronomical observatory of a kind, a structure whose builders encoded in stone their understanding of the sun's annual cycle and their determination to mark, with permanent physical form, the 2 moments in the year when the sun's journey reaches its extreme points and begins to reverse direction. The summer solstice alignment is the most famous. On the morning of the longest day of the year, the rising sun shines directly through the monument's entrance, along the central axis, and illuminates the altar stone at the center of the circle. This alignment is visible to the naked eye on a clear solstice morning, and it draws tens of thousands of people to Stonehenge each June to witness it, making the summer solstice at Stonehenge the largest annual gathering at any prehistoric monument in the world. The winter solstice alignment, the setting sun on the shortest day shining through the monument from the opposite direction, is now considered by many archaeologists to have been the more important of the two, given the evidence that Stonehenge was associated with feasting and celebration in the midwinter period. But the astronomical significance of Stonehenge extends beyond the solstices. The monument also encodes alignments with the rising and setting points of the moon at its major and minor standstills, the lunar cycle that repeats every 18.6 years, and with the positions of specific stars at specific moments in the annual cycle. The full extent of the astronomical knowledge encoded in Stonehenge's design is still being worked out, and each generation of archaeoastronomers finds new alignments that previous generations had not noticed. What Stonehenge cannot tell us, what the stones, for all their astronomical precision, do not reveal, is the specific nature of the ceremonies performed within it, the identities of the people who performed them, and the specific beliefs about the relationship between the sun, the moon, and human fate that made these alignments worth encoding in 50 tons of Welsh stone, transporting 250 kilometers across the prehistoric British landscape. Fact 5. Easter Island, the loneliest mystery on Earth. Easter Island, Rapa Nui in the language of its indigenous people. A volcanic speck of land approximately 163 square kilometers in area, located in the southeastern Pacific Ocean, more than 3,500 kilometers from the nearest continental coast of South America, and approximately 2,000 kilometers from the nearest inhabited island, is the most remote permanently inhabited island on Earth. And the civilization that its Polynesian settlers built on its isolated shores between approximately 700 and 1722 CE, the date of the first European contact, is one of the most extraordinary, most debated, and most genuinely mysterious in the history of the ancient world. A society that somehow mobilized the entire labor capacity of a small island population to carve, transport, and erect nearly 900 massive stone statues called moai, and that then, apparently, collapsed, leaving the statues standing or toppled across the island like a civilization interrupted in the middle of a thought. The moai, the monolithic human figures carved from the compressed volcanic ash of the Rana Raraka quarry, averaging approximately 4 meters in height and 14 tons in weight, but ranging up to 21 meters tall and nearly 90 tons, are among the most immediately recognizable objects in the archaeology of the ancient world and among the most misunderstood. The popular image of the Easter Island statues as disembodied heads is a product of the fact that many of the moai buried up to their necks in the accumulated sediment of centuries, their substantial bodies hidden below the surface. A fact not widely known until excavations in 2010 CE revealed the full figures, complete with carved designs on their bodies, extending several meters below ground. The mystery of the moai is not merely aesthetic. It is organizational, logistical, and ultimately civilizational. How did a population of at most 10 to 15,000 people, on an island with limited timber, limited food resources, and no draft animals, quarry, transport, and erect nearly 900 statues, some of which were moved up to 22 kilometers from the quarry to their coastal platforms? And why, at some point in the island's history, did the moai building tradition end so abruptly that hundreds of statues were left unfinished in the quarry, as if the entire civilization had simply stopped in the middle of its work? Fact 6. The Nazca Lines, drawings for the gods. The Nazca Lines, the vast network of geoglyphs, etched into the surface of the Nazca Desert on the southern coastal plain of Peru, created by the Nazca culture between approximately 500 BCE and 500 CE, and covering an area of approximately 450 square kilometers with a collection of straight lines, geometric figures, and naturalistic designs of animals and plants whose individual elements range from a few meters to several kilometers in length, are one of the most immediately dramatic and most persistently debated of all the world's ancient mysteries. A body of landscape art so large that its full extent can only be appreciated from the air, created by a people who had no aircraft, for purposes that remain the subject of genuine scholarly disagreement after nearly a century of serious investigation. The specific technique by which the Nazca Lines were created is well understood and involves no mystery in the engineering sense. The lines were made by removing the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles of the desert's surface to reveal the yellowish-grey ground beneath, a simple scraping process that required only organized human labor and a clear plan rather than any sophisticated technology. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that a relatively small team of workers could have created the largest of the geoglyphs in a matter of weeks. The mystery of the Nazca Lines is not how they were made, but why and for whom. The most famous of the individual Nazca figures, the hummingbird spanning nearly 100 meters, the spider extending 46 meters, the condor with its 130-meter wingspan, the monkey with its spiraling tail, were designed with a geometric precision that suggests the use of a scaling grid and a sophisticated planning process. The straight lines, some of which extend for kilometers without deviation of more than a few meters, suggest an understanding of surveying techniques of considerable sophistication. And the fact that the most elaborate designs can only be fully appreciated from an altitude of several hundred meters above the desert's surface has generated, since their discovery by the outside world in the 1920s CE, an enduring popular fascination with the question of who, exactly, these drawings were made for. The scholarly answer that the lines were sacred paths walked during ritual ceremonies, that the figures were offerings to Andean sky deities, and that their visibility from altitude reflects an Andean understanding of the gods as inhabiting the sky rather than any requirement for aircraft, is almost certainly correct in its broad outlines, but it has never entirely suppressed the more romantic alternatives. Fact 7. Pumapunku, stones without explanation. Pumapunku, the archaeological site, located approximately 1 kilometer southwest of the main ceremonial complex of Tiwanaku in the Bolivian Altiplano, at an elevation of approximately 3,840 meters above sea level, and consisting of the remains of a large platform mound and its associated structures, whose most remarkable feature is the collection of elaborately carved stone blocks scattered across the site in apparent destruction, is one of the most genuinely puzzling construction sites in the pre-Columbian Americas. A place whose specific stoneworking achievements are so technically demanding that they have generated persistent popular speculation about the involvement of non-human intelligence, and whose actual explanation, an Andean civilization of extraordinary skill operating at approximately 500 to 600 CE, is both more accurate and, on reflection, more impressive than any of the fantastical alternatives. The specific stones of Pumapunku that generate the most intense scholarly and popular attention are the H-blocks, a series of identical, interlocking stone elements carved from red sandstone with a geometric precision that includes internal right angles, perfectly flat surfaces, and complex interlocking features that allow the blocks to fit together in 3 dimensions with a consistency suggesting the use of templates or jigs. The precision of these features, interior corners that are sharp to within fractions of a millimeter, flat surfaces that are level to a degree achievable in modern stoneworking only with power tools, has been cited as evidence that the Tiwanaku civilization possessed technologies inconsistent with a Bronze Age Andean culture. The more mundane but more accurate explanation involves the specific properties of the red sandstone from which the H-blocks are made, a material that can be worked with stone and bronze tools to a precision far exceeding what the same tools can achieve with harder stones like granite, and the organizational capacity of the Tiwanaku state, which was capable of maintaining teams of highly specialized craftsmen over extended periods of dedicated practice. The mystery of Pumapunku is not that it was built, but that a civilization capable of building it rose and fell in a place so remote that the outside world barely knew it existed until the 19th century. Fact 8. The Antikythera Mechanism, a computer from antiquity. The Antikythera Mechanism, the ancient Greek mechanical device recovered in 1901 CE from a Roman-era shipwreck, discovered off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, dating to approximately 150 to 100 BCE, and consisting of a collection of corroded bronze fragments that, when painstakingly analyzed over more than a century of scholarly investigation using techniques ranging from X-ray tomography to polynomial texture mapping, have been revealed to constitute the oldest known analog computer in the history of the world, is arguably the most intellectually startling single artifact in the entire history of archaeology, an object whose existence so fundamentally disrupts the conventional understanding of the technological capabilities of the ancient world that its implications have still not been fully absorbed by either the scholarly community or the general public. The mechanism in its original form was a hand-driven calculator approximately the size of a shoebox, containing at least 30 and possibly as many as 72 interlocking bronze gear wheels of extraordinary precision, whose combined operation modeled the movements of the sun and moon through the zodiac, predicted solar and lunar eclipses according to the Saros cycle of 223 lunar months, tracked the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games and other Pan-Hellenic festivals, and modeled the irregular motion of the moon according to the first known application of an epicyclic gear train, a mechanism not independently reinvented in the European tradition until the 14th century CE. The precision of the mechanism's gear work, with tooth counts and gear ratios calculated to achieve astronomical accuracies that required detailed knowledge of observational astronomy accumulated over centuries, indicates that the device was not a prototype or an experiment, but the product of a mature engineering tradition of considerable sophistication. And yet no other object from the ancient world remotely comparable to the Antikythera mechanism has ever been found. The tradition of mechanical sophistication that produced it appears to have left no direct descendants, a civilizational achievement so isolated that its very existence seems impossible, yet the corroded bronze fragments in the Athens National Archaeological Museum are undeniably real. Fact 9. The Voynich Manuscript, the book no one can read. The Voynich Manuscript, the illustrated handwritten book of approximately 240 vellum pages, currently held in the Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library at Yale University, carbon dated to the early 15th century CE, and written entirely in an unknown script and an unknown language that has defied the decipherment efforts of some of the most formidable codebreakers and linguists in the history of the discipline. Is the most famous undeciphered document in the world, and one of the most contested objects in the history of scholarship. A text whose very existence generates disagreement, whose authenticity has been challenged and defended with equal vehemence, and whose content, if it has any, remains as opaque today as it was when the Polish book dealer Wilfrid Voynich acquired it from a Jesuit college in Italy in 1912 CE and introduced it to the modern world. The manuscript is divided into sections that appear, from their illustrations, to cover topics including botany, astronomy, biology, cosmology, and pharmaceutics, but the illustrations themselves are as mysterious as the text they accompany. The botanical illustrations depict plants that do not correspond to any identified species, living or extinct. The astronomical illustrations show circular diagrams and star maps that do not match the conventions of any known astronomical tradition. The biological illustrations depict small human figures, mostly female, bathing in pools and channels connected by elaborate plumbing, for purposes entirely unclear. The pharmaceutical illustrations show containers and routes that suggest the preparation of medicines, but for what conditions and using what substances is unknown. The Voynich Manuscript has been claimed, at various times, as the work of Roger Bacon, of Leonardo da Vinci, of an unknown medieval alchemist, of a deliberate hoaxer, and in the most persistent and most romantic theory, as a genuine linguistic record of an otherwise unknown language now completely extinct. None of these claims has been conclusively established. The manuscript remains, in the precise and literal sense, unreadable, a book that has been in the possession of scholars for over a century, and that not one of them has yet succeeded in reading. Fact 10. The Mysteries at 10, A World of Questions. 10 facts into the story of the world's oldest mysteries, and the specific character of what makes these mysteries so enduring is already becoming visible. These are not mysteries of the detective story kind, where a solution waits to be found if the right clues are assembled in the right order. They are mysteries of a deeper kind, mysteries that arise from the irreversible loss of the human context that gave these monuments, texts, and artifacts their meaning, and whose resolution, if it ever comes, will require not merely the discovery of new evidence, but the reconstruction of entire worlds of thought and experience that have not existed for thousands of years. What Göbekli Tepe and Stonehenge and Easter Island, and the Nazca Lines and Puma Punku and the Antikythera Mechanism and the Voynich Manuscript share, beyond their resistance to explanation, is the specific quality of human ambition and human seriousness that they embody. These were not casual projects. The people who built them cared about them with an intensity and a commitment that is difficult to fully imagine across the distance of millennia, an intensity sufficient to motivate the transport of 50-ton stones across hundreds of kilometers, the carving of 900 giants from a volcanic cliff, the construction of a bronze computer of extraordinary precision, the writing of a book in a language that even its author's contemporaries may not have been able to read. The mystery is not only what these things were. The mystery is also who the people were who cared enough to make them, and what it tells us about the range of human possibility, that the oldest evidence of organized human ambition takes the form not of a weapon or a tool, but of a circle of stones oriented toward the solstice sun. 90 facts remain. They will carry us to the sunken cities and the underground worlds, to the desert giants and the crystal skulls, to the maps that show coastlines no European had yet seen, and to the question that all of these mysteries ultimately ask: how much of the human past do we actually know? This is explored during sleeping. Fact 11. Newgrange, older than the pyramids, older than Stonehenge. Newgrange, the prehistoric passage tomb built on a ridge above the River Boyne in County Meath, Ireland, approximately 5,200 years ago, making it older than the Great Pyramid of Giza by approximately 6 centuries and older than Stonehenge by approximately 500 years, is one of the oldest and most precisely engineered astronomical monuments in the history of the ancient world. A structure whose builders encoded within its stone and earthen form a solar alignment of such exactness that it functions, after more than 5 millennia, with the same astronomical precision it was designed to achieve. Admitting a single shaft of light into its innermost chamber at the precise moment of the winter solstice sunrise each December. The physical form of Newgrange is a large kidney-shaped mound approximately 85 meters in diameter and 13 meters high, faced with a retaining wall of white quartz and dark granite cobbles, and surrounded by a curb of 97 large curbstones, many of which are decorated with carved spiral, lozenge, and zigzag patterns of extraordinary intricacy and beauty. Beneath the mound, a passage 19 meters long lined with standing stones and roofed with large capstones leads to a cruciform central chamber, a three-armed space roofed with a corbelled vault of dry stone construction that has remained entirely waterproof for 5,000 years, a feat of prehistoric engineering whose technical achievement still impresses modern structural engineers who study it. Above the entrance to the passage, a narrow horizontal opening, the roof box, is positioned at precisely the angle required to admit the light of the winter solstice sunrise into the passage and along its full length to illuminate the back wall of the central chamber. On the mornings of the winter solstice, when conditions are clear, a beam of golden light approximately 30 centimeters wide enters through the roof box and moves slowly across the chamber floor as the sun rises, filling the innermost space of the monument with the light of the year's shortest day for approximately 17 minutes before withdrawing. The precision of this alignment, the roof box is angled not to admit the light of any other sunrise throughout the entire year, only the solstice, demonstrates an astronomical knowledge and an engineering capability that were, when Newgrange was built, among the most sophisticated on Earth. The people who built Newgrange, the Neolithic farming communities of the Irish Boyne Valley, who constructed not only Newgrange, but the neighbouring passage tombs of Knowth and Dowth in the same generation, left no written record of their beliefs, their language, or their understanding of the specific ceremony that the winter solstice light was designed to illuminate. The chamber was a tomb. Human remains were found within it. The light was a gift to the dead. On the darkest morning of the year, the sun came inside. Fact 12. The Plain of Jars, a field of giants. Plain of Jars, the archaeological landscape in the Xing Quang Plateau of central Laos, where thousands of large stone jars ranging from less than 1 meter to more than 3 meters in height are scattered across the highland plateau in clusters of between 1 and 400 individual vessels, dating to between approximately 500 BCE and 500 CE, and constituting one of the most visually arresting and most poorly understood megalithic traditions in Southeast Asia. It is a mystery whose specific character is made more poignant by the fact that the site's remoteness, its difficult access during decades of conflict, and the extraordinary devastation of the Laotian landscape by American bombing during the Vietnam War era have combined to make it one of the least studied major archaeological sites in the world, leaving fundamental questions about the jars' origin, function, and the civilization that created them almost entirely unresolved. The jars themselves are the central enigma. They are enormous, the largest weighing approximately 14 tons, and they were carved from several different types of stone, including sandstone, granite, limestone, and conglomerate, quarried from sources at varying distances from the plateau. The technical achievement of carving, transporting, and erecting vessels of this size, using the tools available in the Iron Age Laotian highlands, is considerable, and the sheer number of jars, more than 2,000 have been documented across approximately 90 sites, indicates that their production was a major organized cultural enterprise rather than a local or casual activity. The function of the jars has been the subject of several competing theories, none of which has been definitively established. The most widely accepted scholarly hypothesis, supported by the discovery of human bones, cremated remains, burial goods, and glass beads in and around the jars at several sites, is that the jars were used as mortuary vessels, either as containers for the decomposition of bodies before secondary burial, or as ossuaries for the storage of cremated remains. A Lao legend offers a more colorful alternative, that the jars were wine vessels created by a legendary king to store the rice beer brewed to celebrate a military victory. The civilization that created the Plain of Jars, the specific cultural tradition whose beliefs about death, commemoration, and the appropriate treatment of the dead motivated the extraordinary investment of carving 2,000 stone giants across a highland plateau, has left no other clearly identified material remains, no writing, and no continuous cultural tradition that connects it to the living peoples of modern Laos. The jars stand in their plateau fields, enormous and silent, surrounded by the craters of American bombs that fell within meters of them during a war they predated by 2,000 years. Fact 13. The Karnak Stones, Europe's greatest megalithic mystery. The Karnak Stones, the extraordinary collection of megalithic monuments, concentrated in and around the commune of Karnak in the Brittany region of northwestern France, dating to between approximately 4,500 and 3,300 BCE, and comprising more than 3,000 standing stones arranged in rows, circles, enclosures, and individual standing monuments across an area of several square kilometers, constitute the largest and most complex collection of megalithic structures in the world, a landscape of prehistoric stone that dwarfs Stonehenge in both the number of individual monuments and the geographical extent of the monumental tradition it represents, yet that remains far less well known outside Europe, and far less well understood by scholars, despite nearly 2 centuries of systematic archaeological investigation. The most immediately striking feature of the Karnak landscape is the alignments, the long parallel rows of standing stones, some extending for more than 4 kilometers, that march across the Breton countryside in formations that suggest deliberate order without revealing the specific principle of that order. The largest alignment, the Voynich alignment, consists of 11 rows of standing stones extending approximately 1 kilometer, beginning at a semicircular enclosure of large stones at its western end, and tapering in the height of the individual stones from large at the western end to smaller at the eastern end in a graded progression that seems too consistent to be accidental. The Kermario alignment, nearby, extends for more than 2 kilometers and includes more than 1,000 individual stones. The function of the alignments has generated, over the centuries since serious scholarly attention was first paid to them, a range of theories that spans from the astronomical to the ceremonial to the territorial to the frankly mystical. The most influential modern scholarly hypothesis, associated with the archaeoastronomer Alexander Thom, who surveyed the Karnak monuments in the 1970s CE, proposed that the alignments encoded a complex system of astronomical observations, that they were used to track the movements of the moon across its 18.6-year cycle with a precision comparable to that of Stonehenge. Subsequent researchers have disputed the specific details of Thom's astronomical interpretations, while generally accepting that the alignment builders possessed significant astronomical knowledge. What seems most certain about the Karnak stones is also the most humbling: more than 3,000 standing stones, arranged with evident intention across kilometers of the Breton landscape, and we still cannot say with confidence what the intention was. Fact 14. Derinkuyu, the city beneath the earth. Derinkuyu, the underground city excavated from the soft volcanic tuff of the Cappadocia region in central Turkey, approximately 30 kilometers south of the city of Nevşehir, discovered by modern Turkish authorities in 1963 CE, when a resident of the overlying village accidentally broke through into the subterranean complex during a home renovation. Is the deepest and most extensive of the approximately 200 underground settlements identified in the Cappadocia region, a city carved from living rock that descends 18 levels below the surface of the Earth to a depth of approximately 85 meters, and that was capable, at its maximum capacity, of sheltering an estimated 20,000 people along with their livestock. Their food stores, their water supplies, and all the infrastructure required to sustain an underground population indefinitely. The specific engineering achievement of Derinkuyu is almost impossible to fully appreciate without understanding the specific properties of the Cappadocian volcanic tuff from which it was carved. The rock is soft enough to be worked with iron hand tools, yet hard enough, once exposed to air, to cure into a material of considerable structural strength, a geological coincidence that made the Cappadocia region the most suitable location on Earth for underground architecture of this scale and ambition. The builders of Derinkuyu exploited this property to create a complex of extraordinary organizational sophistication. Ventilation shafts connecting the lowest levels to the surface, wells reaching the water table, storerooms and wineries and chapels and schools and arsenals, all connected by a network of tunnels narrow enough to force any attacker to advance in single file. The defensive features of Derinkuyu are among its most remarkable aspects. At strategic points throughout the underground complex, circular stone doors, millstones of volcanic rock up to half a meter thick and weighing several hundred kilograms, could be rolled into position to seal individual tunnel sections from the inside, blocking any advance by attackers while allowing the defenders to observe through a small central hole. The tunnel system was designed with multiple redundant defensive lines, so that even if an attacking force penetrated the outermost defenses, it would face the same challenge at each successive level. Who built Derinkuyu, precisely when, and in response to what specific threat is not definitively established. The complex was certainly used by early Christian communities fleeing Roman and later Arab persecution, and it may have been originally excavated by the Phrygians as early as the 8th century BCE. But the full history of the city beneath the earth, the specific civilizations that built it, expanded it, and took refuge in its darkness, remains, like the city itself, largely hidden from the surface. Fact 15. The Yonaguni Monument, Atlantis of the East. Yonaguni Monument, the large underwater rock formation located approximately 100 meters off the southern coast of Yonaguni Island, at the southwestern tip of the Japanese Ryukyu archipelago, discovered by a sport diver named Chihiro Aratake in 1986 CE, and consisting of a series of large flat-topped terraced platforms, right-angled steps, sharp-edged walls, and geometric formations at depths ranging from 5 to 27 meters below the ocean surface. Has been at the center of one of the most heated and most persistently unresolved debates in the history of underwater archaeology. The fundamental question of whether the formations are the product of natural geological processes, the product of human construction, or some combination of the two. The case for a human origin of at least some features of the Yonaguni monument has been made primarily by the Japanese geologist Masaki Kimura, who has spent decades studying the site through repeated dives, and who has catalogued a series of features that he argues cannot be explained by natural geological processes alone. A series of parallel trenches and channels cut at right angles to each other, a triangular formation that appears to be a deliberate architectural element, a series of what appear to be steps carved into the face of the main terrace, and a feature that Kimura interprets as a road or processional way running along the base of the main structure. If the monument is of human origin, its construction must predate the last major rise in sea level following the end of the last ice age, placing its construction at approximately 10,000 years ago, which would make it by far the oldest known human-built structure in the world. The case against a human origin has been made primarily by geologists who point out that the specific rock type of the Yonaguni monument, a fine-grained sandstone and mudstone that fractures naturally along parallel planes and at right angles, is precisely the kind of rock most likely to produce natural formations that appear architecturally regular. The right-angled steps, the flat terraces, and the parallel walls in this interpretation are the products of natural fracturing and erosion processes acting on a rock with strong planar bedding and vertical jointing, processes that produce geometric forms without any human intervention. The mystery of Yonaguni remains officially unresolved. The Japanese government has not designated the site as a cultural heritage monument, and no definitive scientific consensus has been reached. Beneath 20 meters of Pacific water, the terraces maintain their ambiguity, geometric enough to suggest intention, natural enough to deny it. Fact 16. The Shroud of Turin, the most tested relic in history. The Shroud of Turin, the length of linen cloth approximately 4.5 meters long and 1 meter wide, preserved in the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist in Turin, Italy, and bearing the faint but unmistakable image of a bearded man, whose physical characteristics and wound patterns are consistent with the description of the crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth as recorded in the New Testament Gospels, is the most studied, the most tested, and the most contested religious relic in the history of Christianity, an object that has been subjected to more scientific analysis than any other piece of cloth in the history of the world, and that has, despite this extraordinary scrutiny, continued to resist a definitive scientific explanation of how the image it bears was formed. The image on the shroud, visible as a pale yellowed negative impression of the front and back of a human figure, in which wounds consistent with crucifixion are visible at the wrists, the feet, the side, and across the scalp in the pattern of a thorned crown, has several properties that have made it uniquely resistant to straightforward explanation. The image is a photographic negative. When a negative photograph of the shroud is taken, the resulting image appears as a positive, a discovery made in 1898 CE by the Italian photographer Secondo Paia, who was so startled by what he saw in his darkroom that he initially believed he had made a processing error. The image has depth encoding properties. The intensity of the coloration correlates with the distance of specific body parts from the cloth surface, in a way consistent with the body having been wrapped in the cloth rather than painted onto it. And the coloration is confined to the outermost fibers of the linen threads, penetrating to a depth of approximately 200 nanometers, a depth that no known artistic technique of any period has been shown capable of producing. In 1988 CE, radiocarbon dating of a sample from one corner of the shroud produced a date range of 1260 to 1390 CE, the medieval period, consistent with the first documented appearance of the shroud in historical records in France in the 1350s CE. This result was widely reported as definitively establishing the shroud as a medieval forgery. But subsequent research has challenged the radiocarbon dating on several grounds, including the possibility that the sample tested was taken from a medieval repair patch rather than the original cloth, and the debate about the shroud's authenticity and the mechanism of image formation continues among scientists who have dedicated significant portions of their careers to studying it. The Shroud of Turin may be a medieval artwork of extraordinary and inexplicable technical sophistication. It may be something else. After more than a century of the most intensive scientific scrutiny ever applied to a piece of cloth, no one can say with certainty which of these possibilities is correct. Fact 17. The Baalbek megaliths, stones that defy explanation. Baalbek, the ancient city in the Bekaa Valley of modern Lebanon, known to the Romans as Heliopolis, the city of the sun, where the Romans built one of the largest and most magnificent temple complexes in the entire Roman world, sits atop a foundation platform of prehistoric origin, whose specific engineering achievement constitutes one of the most genuinely puzzling construction problems in the history of ancient architecture. A platform built from stone blocks of such extraordinary size that the mechanism by which they were quarried, transporting and lifted into position has defied confident explanation by engineers and archaeologists for more than a century of serious study. The foundation stones of the great Roman temple platform at Baalbek include a course of blocks known as the trilithon, 3 massive limestone blocks. Each approximately 19 to 21 meters long, 4.5 meters high, and 3.5 meters wide, each weighing approximately 800 tons, set into the western foundation wall of the platform at a height of approximately 6 meters above the ground. The trilithon blocks are the largest dressed stones in the world, and their presence in the Baalbek foundation raises a question that no scholar has yet answered to universal satisfaction. How, with what tools, and using what mechanism, were these blocks cut from the quarry, transporting approximately 1 kilometer from their source and lifted to their current position? In the quarry from which the Baalbek foundation stones were cut, an even larger block, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, lies abandoned and unfinished, still attached to the bedrock on one side, measuring approximately 21 meters in length and weighing an estimated 1,000 tons. A second quarry block, discovered in 2014 CE and known as the Stone of the South, weighs approximately 1,650 tons, making it the largest known dressed stone block in the world. These quarry stones were never moved. Their presence raises a question as profound as the question of how the trilithon was lifted. What engineering solution did the ancient builders of Baalbek believe they possessed, or actually possessed, that made the cutting of a 1,600-ton stone block from bedrock a rational first step in a construction project? The Romans built magnificent temples on the Baalbek platform. They did not build the platform. Who built it, using what technology, and when, is a question that Baalbek has not yet fully answered. Fact 18. Skara Brae, a village frozen in time. Skara Brae, the remarkably well-preserved Neolithic village on the Bay of Scale on the western coast of mainland Orkney, Scotland, built and occupied between approximately 3180 and 2500 BCE, uncovered from beneath a sand dune by a violent storm in 1850 CE, and now recognized as the best-preserved prehistoric village in northern Europe, is a mystery not of massive engineering or astronomical alignment, but of intimate domestic completeness. A settlement so perfectly preserved by the protective sand that had covered it for 4,500 years that its stone furniture, beds, dressers, shelving, storage boxes, and hearths still stands in the houses exactly as the inhabitants left it, creating an uncanny impression of a life suddenly interrupted and abandoned. The 8 houses of Skara Brae are linked by covered passageways, a practical response to the ferocious Orcadian winters that still strip the treeless landscape today, and are built largely below ground level, their walls and roofs originally made from the abundant midden material of the village's own domestic refuse, which provided excellent insulation against the Atlantic wind. Each house follows a remarkably standardized plan, a square room approximately 6 meters across, with a central hearth, stone box beds on either side, and a large stone dresser set against the wall directly opposite the entrance. A piece of furniture prominently positioned to be the first thing visible to anyone entering the house, and clearly intended to display objects of importance and pride. What the stone dresser displayed, the specific objects whose prominence in the domestic space of each Skara Brae household was important enough to justify a permanent stone display structure, is one of the most tantalizing unknowns about the village. The dresser was clearly the focal point of the domestic interior, positioned like an altar against the wall facing the entrance and made of the same careful stone construction as the rest of the house's permanent furniture. Some scholars interpret it as a display for food stores. Others suggest it held objects of symbolic or ritual significance. The dresser's form, with its shelved structure and its central position, has led some to draw comparisons with modern mantelpieces and altar tables, suggesting a domestic religious function that would connect the everyday life of Skara Brae to a broader sacred order. Skara Brae was abandoned around 2500 BCE, roughly the same time that Stonehenge reached its final form 80 kilometers to the south on the British mainland. Whether the two events were connected, and what drove the Orcadian Neolithic communities to leave their stone village to the sand that would preserve it for 4.5 millennia, is a question the village has kept to itself. Fact 19. The Lascaux Cave paintings, art at the dawn of consciousness. The Lascaux Cave Paintings, the extraordinary collection of Paleolithic art discovered in September 1940 CE in a cave complex near the village of Montignac in the Dordogne region of southwestern France, created approximately 17,000 years ago during the Upper Paleolithic period, and consisting of approximately 600 painted and drawn animal figures, along with over 1,400 engravings covering the cave's walls and ceilings, are the most celebrated and most studied examples of prehistoric art in the world, a visual record of the cognitive and aesthetic capabilities of our Ice Age ancestors that continues to astonish, inspire, and puzzle every generation of scholars who study it. The specific paintings of Lascaux, the charging bulls of the Hall of the Bulls, the swimming stags of the Axial Gallery, the falling horse of the Shaft of the Dead Man, the great frieze of deer crossing a river whose sinuous bodies fill an entire wall of the nave, are not the tentative mark-makings of beings at the earliest stages of artistic expression. They are the work of accomplished artists who understood perspective, movement, three-dimensionality, and the specific expressive potential of the particular rock surfaces on which they painted. The Lascaux artists used the natural contours and protrusions of the cave wall to give their figures a three-dimensional quality, painting a bison's hindquarters across a natural bulge in the rock so that the animal appears to emerge from the wall. They painted by lamplight, deep in the cave, using pigments of red and yellow ochre, black manganese dioxide, and white calcite applied with brushes, blowpipes, and fingers. Why they did so, the specific purposes of the paintings, the ceremonies associated with them, and the beliefs about the relationship between the image and the animal that made the creation of these images worth the effort of descending deep into the earth with lamplight and pigments, is the mystery that 17,000 years of separation makes essentially inaccessible. Hunting magic, shamanic vision, narrative record, territorial marking, and aesthetic expression for its own sake have all been proposed. The paintings resist any single explanation partly because they are too various and too sophisticated to be reduced to a single function, and partly because the minds that made them were not so different from ours that we cannot recognize their achievement, but different enough that we cannot fully enter the world of meaning that shaped it. Fact 20, the mysteries at 20, the shape of the unknown. 20 facts into the story of the world's oldest mysteries, and the specific shape of the unknown is becoming visible in all its variety and all its depth. These are not all the same kind of mystery. Newgrange and Stonehenge and Karnak are mysteries of intention, structures whose physical facts are understood, but whose specific meaning and ceremonial function are lost. During Cuyu and Skara Brae are mysteries of context, places so perfectly preserved that they create an overwhelming sense of intimate human presence, yet whose inhabitants remain essentially nameless and voiceless. The Antikythera Mechanism and the Voynich Manuscript are mysteries of knowledge, objects that testify to capabilities and traditions whose specific content cannot be recovered. The Baalbek megaliths and Puma Punku are mysteries of method, achievements so technically demanding that the specific solutions their builders employed have not been convincingly reconstructed. And the Lascaux paintings are mysteries of consciousness, art that demonstrates unmistakably that the minds behind it were fully human in their aesthetic sophistication, yet that was made in a world of belief and experience so remote from our own that empathy alone cannot fully bridge the distance. Each kind of mystery requires a different kind of attention, and a willingness to sit with uncertainty that our culture's emphasis on answers and explanations makes genuinely difficult. The greatest gift that the world's oldest mysteries offer is not the excitement of speculation or the satisfaction of theory. It is the specific intellectual and emotional experience of encountering the genuine limits of what we know, of standing at the edge of the known world and looking out into the darkness where the human past continues, vast and largely silent, beyond the reach of our best tools and our most careful thinking. 80 facts remain. They will carry us to the sunken cities, the desert giants, the maps that show what should not have been mapped, and the ancient skis that were read by people whose names we do not know. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 21, the Great Sphinx, the question the desert asks. The Great Sphinx of Giza, the enormous limestone statue of a recumbent lion with a human head that crouches on the west bank of the Nile at Giza, facing due east toward the rising sun, measuring approximately 73 meters in length and 20 meters in height, and constituting the largest monolithic statue in the world, is simultaneously one of the most recognizable images in the history of human civilization and one of the most persistently mysterious. A monument whose physical presence is overwhelming, whose construction by the ancient Egyptians is broadly accepted, and yet about which a series of fundamental questions: who precisely built it, when, what it originally represented, and what purpose it was built to serve, remain genuinely and sometimes bitterly contested among the scholars who study it. The conventional scholarly account holds that the Sphinx was carved during the reign of the 4th dynasty pharaoh Khafu, approximately 2500 BCE, as part of the Giza funerary complex that also includes the second pyramid and whose causeway aligns with the Sphinx's body. This account is supported by a stele erected by the later pharaoh Thutmose IV between the Sphinx's paws that appears to connect the monument to Khafu, and by the general stylistic consistency of the Sphinx's head with other royal portraits of the 4th dynasty period. It is not, however, supported by any direct inscription on the Sphinx itself that names its builder, a silence that has provided the opening for a series of alternative theories. The most scientifically serious of the alternative theories is the water erosion hypothesis proposed by the geologist Robert Schoch in 1991 CE, who argued that the specific pattern of weathering visible on the walls of the Sphinx enclosure, a deep vertical erosion pattern inconsistent with wind and sand erosion, but consistent with prolonged exposure to heavy rainfall, indicated that the Sphinx body was carved at a time when the Giza Plateau received significantly more rainfall than it has since approximately 5000 BCE. If correct, this would place the carving of the Sphinx body at least 7,000 years ago, in a period before any civilization conventionally recognized as capable of monumental construction is known to have existed in Egypt. The Sphinx gazes east into every sunrise, with an expression that has been described as serene, as melancholy, as commanding, and as enigmatic, and that remains after 4,500 years of human attention, genuinely and irreducibly unreadable. Fact 22. The Indus Valley Script, the writing we cannot read. The Indus Valley Script, the system of signs used by the people of the Indus Valley Civilization, the sophisticated urban culture that flourished in the river valleys of modern Pakistan and northwestern India between approximately 2600 and 1900 BCE, and that at its height supported cities of up to 40,000 inhabitants with planned street grids, standardized brick sizes, sophisticated drainage systems, and a long-distance trade network extending from the Persian Gulf to Central Asia, is one of the most consequential undeciphered scripts in the history of the ancient world, a writing system preserved on more than 4,000 inscribed objects, whose decipherment would unlock the internal history of one of the 4 great cradles of human civilization, and which has so far resisted every attempt at decipherment by linguists, cryptographers, and computational analysts. The Indus script signs, approximately 400 distinct symbols, used in sequences typically of 5 signs or fewer, inscribed primarily on small rectangular stamped seals carved from steatite, present a series of specific challenges that have defeated every decipherment attempt to date. The inscriptions are short. The average length of an Indus script inscription is fewer than 5 signs, and no bilingual text, no Rosetta Stone equivalent that might provide a key to the system has ever been found. The underlying language is unknown. The Indus Valley Civilization left no clear linguistic descendants, and whether its people spoke an early form of Dravidian, an early Indo-European language, or something entirely distinct is debated without resolution. And the specific function of the inscriptions, whether they record names, titles, commodities, ritual formulas, or something else entirely, cannot be inferred from their archaeological context with any certainty. The cities of the Indus Valley Civilization, Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa above all, but dozens of other planned urban settlements, display evidence of a social organization of extraordinary sophistication. Standardized weights and measures, used consistently across the entire civilization, public bathhouses that suggest communal hygiene practices of a kind unprecedented in the ancient world, and a striking absence of monumental royal architecture or obvious military fortifications that has led some scholars to propose that the Indus civilization was governed not by kings and warriors, but by merchants, priests, or some form of collective civic authority whose specific nature is embedded in the script that we cannot yet read. Somewhere in those 5 sign sequences on the steatite seals, the internal history of one of the world's first civilizations waits to be read. The key has not yet been found. Fact 23. Rongorongo, the script of Easter Island. Rongorongo, the system of glyphs carved into wooden tablets found on Easter Island, and representing one of only a handful of writing systems in human history, believed to have been invented independently, without contact with any other known writing tradition, is a script whose existence presents one of the most poignant and most specific of all the world's linguistic mysteries. A writing system developed in complete isolation on the most remote inhabited island on Earth, used by a civilization that collapsed catastrophically following European contact, and surviving only in 25 fragmentary wooden tablets scattered across the museums of Europe and America, whose content has been almost entirely lost because the last people who could read it died before they could transmit their knowledge to anyone who could record it for posterity. The Rongorongo tablets were first reported to the outside world by a French missionary named Eugene Araud, who arrived on Easter Island in 1864 CE and found the tablets in almost every house on the island. Within a decade, they had largely disappeared, burned for fuel, used as fishing reels, or simply lost in the catastrophic collapse of the Easter Island population that followed European contact, the slave raids of 1862 to 1863 CE that carried off approximately a third of the island's remaining population to work in Peruvian guano mines, and the smallpox epidemic that killed most of those who remained. By the time serious efforts were made to find people who could read the tablets, in the 1870s CE, the tradition of Rongorongo reading had been effectively destroyed. The scholars who visited the island found only one or two elderly individuals who claimed any familiarity with the script, and their accounts were inconsistent, incomplete, and apparently influenced by the desire to give their interlocutors what they wanted to hear. The tablets themselves, carved in a distinctive Boustrophedon format, in which alternate lines of text are rotated 180 degrees, so that the reader must physically turn the tablet after each line, preserve a system of approximately 120 base symbols, many of which are recognizable as schematic figures of humans, animals, plants, and celestial objects. Whether Rongorongo is a true phonological writing system, a logosyllabic script, or a mnemonic device for recalling oral texts is debated, and without living readers or a bilingual text, the debate cannot be resolved by the evidence currently available. The Rongorongo tablets are the last testament of a civilization. They record something, and we may never know what. Fact 24. The Olmec heads, faces without names. The colossal stone heads of the Olmec civilization, the 17 known monumental basalt sculptures of human heads, ranging from approximately 1.5 to 3.4 meters in height and from 6 to 50 tons in weight. Carved by the Olmec people of the Gulf Coast lowlands of modern Mexico between approximately 1500 and 900 BCE, and representing the oldest known monumental sculpture in Mesoamerica, are among the most immediately arresting objects in the archaeology of the pre-Columbian Americas. Portraits so individualized in their facial features, and so specific in their headgear and expressions, that they appear to be genuine likenesses of specific individuals rather than generic or idealized representations. Yet portraits whose subjects remain entirely anonymous because the Olmec left no deciphered writing that might record their names or their deeds. The logistical achievement of the Olmec heads is itself extraordinary. The basalt from which they were carved was quarried in the Tuxtla Mountains, approximately 50 to 100 kilometers from the sites where the heads were erected, a transport challenge of considerable magnitude for a civilization that had no wheeled vehicles and no draft animals larger than dogs. The most widely accepted reconstruction of the transport process involves the use of large wooden rafts on the river systems of the Gulf Coast lowlands, followed by the organized human labor of pulling the stones on log rollers from the river banks to their final positions, a project requiring the sustained, coordinated effort of hundreds of workers over periods of months or years. The specific facial features of the Olmec heads, the full lips, the broad noses, the distinctive helmet-like headgear, whose specific form suggests a sporting or ceremonial equipment rather than military armor, have generated a persistent popular debate about the ethnic identity of the subjects depicted and about whether the Olmec civilization had connections with peoples from outside the Americas. The mainstream scholarly interpretation is that the heads depict Olmec rulers in the specific physical type of the Gulf Coast lowland people, wearing the protective headgear of the Mesoamerican rubber ball game, whose religious significance was central to Olmec's ceremonial life. 17 faces, each unique, each clearly intended as a specific likeness, each stripped of its name and its history by the discontinuity of the civilizational tradition that created them. They gaze across 3,000 years with an expression of serene authority that does not require a name to command respect. Fact 25. The Piri Reis Map, Charting the Unknown. The Piri Reis Map, the world map compiled in 1513 CE by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, drawn on gazelle skin, and incorporating information from approximately 20 source maps including charts captured from Christopher Columbus, preserved in the Topkapi Palace Museum in Istanbul, and brought to international attention in 1929 CE when the palace's archives were being reorganized, is one of the most genuinely puzzling cartographic documents in the history of the ancient world. A map whose western and southern portions accurately represent coastlines that were either recently discovered or, in one apparently impossible case, apparently not yet discovered at the time of its compilation. The specific cartographic features of the Piri Rise map that have generated the most intense scholarly attention and the most extravagant popular theorizing are in its southern portion, a landmass depicted below the tip of South America that bears some resemblance, in certain features, to the coastline of Antarctica. Antarctica was officially discovered by European explorers in 1820 CE, more than 300 years after the Piri Rise map was drawn, and the possibility that a 16th century Ottoman admiral had access to source maps showing the Antarctic coastline has been used to support a range of theories from Atlantis to ancient advanced civilizations to extraterrestrial assistance, none of which has found acceptance in mainstream scholarship. The mainstream scholarly explanation of the Piri Rise southern landmass is less dramatic but more methodologically secure. The landmass is almost certainly a representation of a hypothetical southern continent, the terra australis incognita that European geographers of the ancient and medieval periods believed must exist to balance the northern landmasses, combined with a distorted representation of the South American coastline produced by the projection system Piri Rise was using and the limited accuracy of his source maps. The resemblance to Antarctica in this view is coincidental, the result of comparing a 16th century speculative southern landmass to the actual Antarctic coastline and finding vague similarities of the kind that imagination readily supplies. What the Piri Rise map unambiguously demonstrates, its genuine contribution to the history of cartography, is the extraordinary richness of the Ottoman geographical knowledge in the early 16th century and the specific role of Ottoman scholars in synthesizing the cartographic traditions of the Islamic world, classical antiquity, and the newly discovered Americas into a single visual representation. That achievement is remarkable enough without requiring ancient Antarctic explorers to explain it. Fact 26. Teotihuacan, the City of the Gods. Teotihuacan, the vast pre-Columbian city in the Valley of Mexico, approximately 50 kilometers northeast of modern Mexico City, whose construction began approximately 2,000 years ago, whose peak population of approximately 100,000 to 200,000 inhabitants in the 4th and 5th centuries CE made it one of the largest cities in the world at that time, and whose monumental core, the Avenue of the Dead, the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, constitutes the most impressive urban plan in the pre-Columbian Americas, is one of the greatest mysteries in the archaeology of ancient cities. A metropolis of extraordinary size, sophistication, and cultural influence whose builders left no deciphered writing, whose rulers left no identified royal tombs, and whose language, ethnic identity, and specific beliefs are unknown to the modern scholarship that studies the physical remains of their city. The Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, the third largest pyramid in the world by volume, approximately 65 meters high and 220 meters on each side at its base, was built over a natural cave whose sacred significance appears to have been the original motivation for the city's location. The cave, discovered beneath the pyramid in 1971 CE through a chance find during drainage work, extends approximately 100 meters into the bedrock beneath the pyramid's center, ending in a cloverleaf-shaped chamber that was clearly used for ceremonial purposes. The Mesoamerican understanding of caves as the point of origin of the sun, the moon, and the first human beings, as passages between the underworld and the surface world, suggests that the Pyramid of the Sun was built as a monumental marker of a specific sacred point in the landscape, rather than as a funerary monument in the Egyptian sense. The civilization that built and inhabited Teotihuacan, who they were, what language they spoke, what their political system was, and why they apparently burned and abandoned significant portions of their own city in approximately 550 CE in an event whose causes are still debated, left the city's name only in the Nahuatl label that the later Aztecs gave it, Teotihuacan, meaning the place where the gods were created, or the place where men became gods. The original name of the city in its builder's own language is unknown. A city of 200,000 people, one of the most influential in the ancient Americas, whose builders are nameless. The Avenue of the Dead runs straight and true through the center of the mystery. Fact 27. The Sanxingdui Civilization, China's Forgotten Bronze Age. The Sanxingdui Civilization, the ancient Bronze Age culture whose existence was essentially unknown to modern scholarship until a farmer in Sichuan province in southwestern China accidentally discovered a cache of jade objects while digging an irrigation ditch in 1929 CE, and whose subsequent excavation has revealed one of the most extraordinary and most stylistically distinctive traditions of bronze casting in the history of the ancient world. Is the greatest archaeological surprise in the history of Chinese archaeology. a sophisticated civilization contemporary with the Shang dynasty of the Chinese heartland, yet so radically different in its artistic conventions, its material culture, and its apparent religious beliefs that it constitutes a second, independent tradition of Chinese Bronze Age civilization, whose existence profoundly complicates the conventional narrative of Chinese cultural origins. The objects recovered from the Sanxingdui ritual pits, above all the extraordinary bronze masks and heads, some of them life-sized or larger, with dramatically protruding eyes, enormous ears, and exaggerated facial features, entirely unlike the naturalistic human representations of Shang dynasty bronze art, are among the most visually arresting artifacts in the entire history of Chinese archaeology. The largest of the bronze masks, with its outsized ears and its eyes extending on stalks approximately 16 centimeters forward from the face, has no parallel in any other known artistic tradition in China or anywhere else in the ancient world. It appears to represent not a human face, but the face of a deity or supernatural being whose specific characteristics, the extraordinary eyes, perhaps suggesting preternatural vision, the enormous ears, perhaps suggesting supernatural hearing, reflect a religious conception of the divine that was entirely distinct from anything known from the Chinese heartland. The Sanxingdui civilization also produced a bronze standing figure nearly 2.5 meters tall, the largest known bronze figure from the ancient world, whose upraised hands appear to have held something, possibly a tusk or a staff, that has not survived. The civilization appears to have ended abruptly around 1000 BCE, with its sacred objects deliberately buried in ritual pits and the city abandoned. Why the abandonment occurred and where the Sanxingdui people went is unknown. In 2021 CE, ongoing excavations revealed 6 additional ritual pits, still being excavated, that have already yielded thousands of additional extraordinary objects. The full story of Sanxingdui has barely begun to be told. Fact 28. The Dogon and Sirius, astronomical knowledge without telescopes. The Dogon people of Mali in West Africa, the approximately 600,000 members of an agricultural and cliff-dwelling community living in the Bandiagara escarpment of the Central Sahel, whose complex cosmological and astronomical knowledge was recorded by the French anthropologists Marcel Graillot and Germain Dieterlen in the 1930s and 1940s CE, occupy a unique and persistently controversial position in the debate about ancient astronomical knowledge. A community whose traditional knowledge, as recorded by Graillot and Dieterlen, appeared to include detailed information about the star Sirius and its invisible companion star that was not confirmed by modern astronomy until the 1970s CE, and whose possession of this knowledge has generated one of the most heated debates in the history of archaeoastronomy about the sources and limits of traditional astronomical knowledge. The specific claims at issue are these. Graillot and Dieterlen recorded that Dogon religious tradition knew that Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, was accompanied by a small, extremely dense companion star called Potolo, that this companion orbited Sirius on an elliptical orbit with a period of approximately 50 years, and that it was composed of a material of extraordinary heaviness. These details correspond precisely to the properties of Sirius B, the white dwarf companion of Sirius, whose existence was confirmed by telescope only in 1862 CE, whose orbital period of 50.1 years was calculated in the early 20th century, and whose extraordinary density, a white dwarf star, was understood only through early 20th century astrophysics. The Dogon apparently knew, through traditional knowledge alone, facts about Sirius that European astronomy had only recently discovered with telescopes. The controversy surrounding this claim is genuine and complex. Skeptics have argued that the Dogon's specific knowledge of Sirius B was contaminated by contact with European astronomy before or during Graillot's fieldwork, that the supposedly ancient traditional knowledge was in fact recently acquired information from European missionaries, travelers, or the anthropologists themselves. Defenders of the claim's authenticity have argued that the specific cultural embedding of the Sirius knowledge in Dogon ritual and cosmology is too deep and too consistent to be the product of recent contamination. The mystery of the Dogon and Sirius remains unresolved, a reminder that the limits of ancient astronomical knowledge are not yet fully mapped. Fact 29. The Baghdad Battery, Electricity in Antiquity. The Baghdad Battery, a collection of clay jars, copper cylinders, and iron rods discovered in 1936 CE during excavations at the ancient Parthian village of Qujat Rabu near modern Baghdad, dating to between approximately 250 BCE and 224 CE, and brought to public attention by the German archaeologist Wilhelm Koenig, who suggested in 1940 CE that the assemblage, when filled with an acidic liquid, was capable of generating a small electrical current, is one of the most persistently debated and most frequently misrepresented objects in the history of ancient technology. A modest assemblage of ceramic and metal, whose proposed function as an ancient battery has been enthusiastically embraced by popular culture and cautiously treated by mainstream archaeology. The physical characteristics of the Baghdad battery are straightforward. The clay jar, approximately 14 centimeters high, contained a copper cylinder sealed at the bottom with a copper disc and sealed at the top with an asphalt stopper through which an iron rod was inserted so that it hung inside the copper cylinder without touching it. When Koenig examined the assemblage and recognized its structural similarity to a galvanic cell, a battery, he proposed that when filled with an acidic liquid such as vinegar or grape juice, the electrochemical reaction between the copper and iron in the acidic medium would generate a small electrical voltage. Subsequent experiments have confirmed that the Baghdad battery design does indeed function as a galvanic cell, generating approximately 1.1 volts when filled with citric acid. The question of whether this functionality was intentional, whether the Parthian or earlier people who made these jars understood that they could generate electricity, is the mystery at the heart of the debate. Several proposed functions have been advanced for an ancient battery: electroplating gold onto silver objects, generating mild electric shocks for medical or ritual purposes, or powering small electrical devices of an unknown kind. None of these proposed functions has been conclusively demonstrated. The mainstream scholarly position is that the jars were storage vessels for papyrus scrolls or sacred objects, and that their similarity to a galvanic cell is coincidental. The romantic alternative, that an ancient Mesopotamian civilization independently discovered electrochemistry, cannot be ruled out by the evidence currently available, and that specific impossibility of ruling it out is what keeps the Baghdad battery in every list of ancient mysteries that has ever been compiled. Fact 30, the mysteries at 30, halfway to the unknown. 30 facts into the story of the world's oldest mysteries, and the full variety of the human capacity for both achievement and enigma is on display. We have visited the subterranean city of Derinkuyu and the underwater terraces of Yonaguni. We have held the Antikythera Mechanism in our mind's eye and stared at the Rongorongo tablets that no living person can read. We have stood before the Olmec heads and the Sanxingji bronze masks and the Sphinx of Giza, all of them faces without names. We have traced the Piri Rise map and the Nazca Lines and the astronomical alignments of Newgrange, all of them records of knowledge whose specific content we can partially reconstruct but never fully recover. What these 30 mysteries share, beyond their resistance to easy explanation, is the specific quality of the attention they demand. They cannot be consumed quickly. They cannot be resolved with a confident assertion and set aside. They require the specific intellectual virtue of sitting with uncertainty, of holding open a question that the available evidence does not yet answer, and of resisting the temptation to fill the space of the unknown with either credulous fantasy or dismissive skepticism. The world's oldest mysteries are the world's oldest teachers. They teach that the range of human capability is wider than any single moment's knowledge can encompass, that the civilizations we know about are a fraction of the civilizations that existed, and that the most honest relationship with the past is one that acknowledges how much of it we do not and cannot know. 70 facts remain. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 31, the lost city of Atlantis, a myth that refuses to die. Atlantis, the island civilization described by the Greek philosopher Plato in two dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias, written approximately 360 BCE. As a powerful naval empire located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, that was destroyed and sunk beneath the ocean in a single day and night of catastrophic flooding, approximately 9,000 years before Plato's own time, is the most famous lost civilization in the history of the world. An idea so compelling, so precisely detailed, and so perfectly calibrated to the human longing for a vanished golden age, that it has generated an unbroken tradition of speculation, searching and theorizing for more than 2,000 years, and that continues to attract the serious attention of a significant portion of the world's population, despite the mainstream scholarly consensus that Atlantis, as Plato described it, never existed. The scholarly consensus position is straightforward and well supported. Plato was a philosopher whose primary interest was political theory, and the Atlantis story appears in his dialogues as a cautionary tale about the dangers of imperial overreach and moral corruption. The Atlanteans were a once virtuous people who became corrupted by power and wealth, and their destruction by the gods was a moral judgment rather than a random catastrophe. The story serves Plato's philosophical purposes perfectly. No other ancient Greek source mentions Atlantis independently. Its entire recorded history begins and ends with Plato. And the specific details of Plato's description, the the circular concentric rings of land and water, the metals called orichalcum, the elephants, are literary elaborations consistent with philosophical fiction rather than geographical reportage. And yet the Atlantis tradition has proven extraordinarily resilient, for reasons that are themselves revealing about human psychology and human historiography. Every generation has placed Atlantis somewhere new, in the Atlantic Ocean, in the Mediterranean, in Antarctica, in the Azores, in the Caribbean, in the Black Sea, in Bolivia. Each placement requires adjusting some element of Plato's description, the date, the location, the scale, to fit the proposed site. The specific site that has attracted the most serious recent scholarly attention is the Minoan civilization of the Aegean, whose abrupt collapse following the catastrophic eruption of the Thera volcano in approximately 1600 BCE may have provided the historical kernel around which Plato constructed his philosophical allegory. The reason Atlantis matters, the reason it belongs in a serious discussion of the world's oldest mysteries alongside Göbekli Tepe and the Antikythera Mechanism, is not because it was real but because the longing it expresses is real. The human certainty that something significant has been lost, that the past contained achievements and wisdom that the present cannot match, and that somewhere beneath the water or beneath the sand, the evidence of a greater human past is waiting to be found. Fact 32. The megalithic temples of Malta, the world's oldest freestanding structures. The megalithic temples of Malta, the complex of 7 prehistoric structures, distributed across the islands of Malta and Gozo, built between approximately 3600 and 2500 BCE from the soft Globigerina limestone of the Maltese archipelago, and representing the oldest freestanding stone structures in the world, are among the most remarkable and most poorly understood monuments of the European Neolithic. Temples constructed by a civilization whose island isolation produced an architectural tradition, unlike anything in the contemporary world, whose specific religious practices involved elaborate ceremonial deposits of animal bones and human remains, and whose sudden and complete disappearance around 2500 BCE remains one of the most unexplained population collapses in European prehistory. The temples Gigantijon Gozo and Hagar Kim, Najdra, Tarxi and Skorba, and the hypogeum of Hal Saflieni on Malta itself, share a distinctive architectural form, a series of semicircular apses arranged in cloverleaf or trefoil patterns around a central corridor, built from enormous blocks of limestone fitted together with considerable precision, often decorated with spiral and pitting motifs carved into the stone. The Gigantija temples, built approximately 5,500 years ago, more than 1,000 years before Stonehenge and 500 years before the first Egyptian pyramid, are the oldest human-built structures still standing on Earth, a distinction that their relative obscurity in the popular imagination of ancient wonders makes all the more striking. The specific religious practices conducted in the Maltese temples are reconstructed from the evidence left within them. The bones of animals sacrificed in enormous quantities, the carved stone altars on which the offerings were placed, the terracotta figurines of obese human figures, sometimes called the Fat Ladies, whose exaggerated forms suggest a religious iconography centered on fertility, abundance, or the representation of a specific deity. The Hal Saflieni hypogeum, an underground complex of chambers carved from the limestone to a depth of approximately 11 meters, used as both a sanctuary and a chariot ossuary for the remains of approximately 7,000 individuals, is the only known example of a prehistoric underground temple in the world. Around 2500 BCE, the temple-building civilization of Malta disappeared. No invasion is evident in the archaeological record. No epidemic is detectable. The temples were simply abandoned, and when the next human inhabitants arrived in Malta, they appear to have had no knowledge of or connection to the civilization that had built the structures they found already standing in the Maltese landscape. Fact 33. The Richat structure, Eye of the Sahara. The Richat structure, the extraordinary circular geological formation in the Sahara Desert of Mauritania, approximately 50 kilometers in diameter, visible from space as a perfect series of concentric rings of different rock types and colors that give it the appearance of a giant eye staring upward from the surface of the Earth, is a geological phenomenon whose natural origin is well established in mainstream Earth science and whose popular adoption as a candidate for the location of Atlantis illustrates, with particular clarity, the specific mechanisms by which genuine scientific phenomena are incorporated into alternative historical narratives. The Richat structure was formed by the erosion of a geological dome, a symmetrical upwelling of rock layers that has been differentially eroded over tens of millions of years to produce the concentric ring pattern visible today. The innermost rings are the oldest exposed rocks, Precambrian quartzite approximately 500 to 600 million years old, surrounded by successively younger sedimentary rock layers that form the outer rings. The extraordinary circularity of the structure reflects the original symmetry of the geological dome rather than any impact event or volcanic process, and the concentric ring pattern results from the differential erosion of rock layers with different hardnesses. There is nothing mysterious about the Richat structure's formation in the scientific sense. It is a well-understood example of dome erosion, studied in earth science textbooks. The structure's popular identification with Atlantis, a theory that achieved significant viral circulation on the internet in the late 2010s CE, rests primarily on the visual resemblance between the concentric rings of the Richat structure and Plato's description of Atlantis as a city built on concentric rings of land and water. The diameter of the structure, approximately 50 kilometers, is roughly consistent with Plato's stated dimensions for the Atlantean plain. The structure's location in what was once a better watered Saharan landscape during the African humid period has been cited as consistent with Plato's description of a fertile and well-watered civilization. The Richat structure theory is not supported by any archaeological evidence of a civilization at the site comparable to Plato's Atlantis. But the theory's popularity, the millions of people who find it genuinely compelling, reflects something true and important: that the human eye, presented with the concentric ring pattern visible in satellite images of the Richat structure, immediately and irresistibly sees intention, design, and the ghost of a vanished civilization. The eye of the Sahara looks back at the human impulse to find meaning in pattern and finds it entirely understandable. Fact 34. The Paracas' elongated skulls, biology or culture. The Paracas' elongated skulls, the collection of more than 300 human skulls with dramatically elongated cranial vaults recovered from the Paracas Peninsula of southern Peru. Dating to between approximately 300 BCE and 300 CE, and associated with the Paracas culture, whose extraordinary textile tradition is among the most sophisticated in the pre-Columbian Americas, are objects that occupy a peculiar position between mainstream physical anthropology, which has a complete and well-established explanation for their form, and popular alternative history, which has proposed a series of increasingly dramatic explanations ranging from genetic mutation to extraterrestrial hybridization that the scientific evidence does not support. The mainstream scientific explanation for the Paracas' elongated skulls is unambiguous. The elongation is the result of intentional cranial deformation, the deliberate reshaping of infants' skulls through the application of boards, bandages, or other binding devices during the period of early childhood when the skull bones have not yet fully fused and the cranial vault is malleable. This practice, known as cranial modification or head shaping, was widespread across many ancient cultures worldwide, from the Maya of Mesoamerica to the Germanic tribes of early medieval Europe to the Mangbetu of Central Africa, and its results are physically identical to the Paracas skulls. The skull changes its shape in response to sustained pressure during infancy, producing the elongated form that the Paracas culture apparently valued as a mark of social status or cultural identity. The alternative claims surrounding the Paracas skulls have focused primarily on a 2014 report by the alternative researcher Brian Foerster, who commissioned mitochondrial DNA testing of hair and bone samples from several Paracas skulls, and claimed that the results showed haplogroups not found in indigenous South American populations, suggesting, in his interpretation, an origin outside the Americas or even outside the human species. This claim has not been replicated in peer-reviewed scientific literature. The methodology of the testing has been questioned by geneticists, and the specific haplogroups identified are consistent with population movements and sampling contamination rather than extraterrestrial origin. The genuine mystery of the Paracas skulls is not their biology but their culture, the specific social meanings that the Paracas people attach to the elongated head form, the ceremonies in which the modified skull was displayed, and the specific understanding of identity and status that made skull shaping an investment worth the considerable care and effort it required. Facts 35. The Library of Alexandria, the knowledge that burned. The Library of Alexandria, the great research institution established in the Egyptian city of Alexandria in the early 3rd century BCE by the Ptolemaic pharaohs, intended as a universal repository of all human knowledge, that at its height reputedly contained between 400,000 and 700,000 papyrus scrolls, is the most famous intellectual catastrophe in the history of human civilization. Not a mystery in the archaeological sense of an unexplained physical phenomenon, but a mystery of historical loss whose specific character, the destruction of the accumulated written knowledge of the ancient world, has made it a symbol of irreversible intellectual catastrophe that resonates across every culture that values the preservation of knowledge. The Library of Alexandria was not destroyed in a single catastrophic fire. This popular image, the library burning in a single night, all its knowledge lost in one conflagration, is a myth that has made the event more dramatic than the more complicated historical truth. The library suffered a series of partial destructions and gradual declines over the course of several centuries. Julius Caesar's forces burned ships in the harbor of Alexandria in 48 BCE, and the fire spread to destroy some warehouses containing books, possibly including an overflow collection of library texts. The Emperor Aurelian's military operations in 270 CE may have damaged the library's main building. And the Theophilus, Bishop of Alexandria, ordered the destruction of the adjacent Serapeum in 391 CE, which housed a collection of texts. The final decline appears to have been gradual, the institution losing its royal patronage and its scholarly community over the late Roman period until it simply ceased to function. What was in the scrolls that are gone, what specific knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, medicine, philosophy, history, and literature was preserved in the library's collection and lost in its various destructions, is the question that haunts the imagination. We know that works of Aristotle, of Hipparchus, of Eratosthenes, of Aristarchus, who proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system 17 centuries before Copernicus, were in the ancient world's circulation and are now partially or entirely lost. How much of what we believe we know about the ancient world is shaped by the specific accidents of which texts survived and which were lost to fire, damp, and neglect is a question whose full answer we cannot know. The Library of Alexandria is a mystery about the shape of what we know, a reminder that the map of ancient knowledge we possess is not the territory, but a map with enormous blank spaces where the scrolls used to be. Fact 36, the Nazca Spider, a map of the sky. The spider geoglyph of the Nazca Desert, the 46-meter figure of a spider etched into the desert surface of the Nazca Plateau of southern Peru by the Nazca culture between approximately 100 BCE and 700 CE, is one of the most precisely drawn and most carefully studied of all the individual Nazca figures, and the subject of a specific astronomical hypothesis that, if correct, would represent one of the most remarkable examples of cosmological knowledge encoded in landscape art in the history of the ancient world. The proposal that the Nazca spider is not merely a representation of an arachnida, but a precise diagram of the constellation Orion, drawn at a scale that encodes specific astronomical relationships between individual stars. The spider figure is drawn with a single continuous line, a characteristic of many of the Nazca figures that has been interpreted as reflecting a ceremonial walking practice in which the act of following the line of the geoglyph was itself the ritual, rather than the figure being primarily intended for aerial viewing. The anatomical precision of the spider drawing is remarkable. The figure includes not only the body and 8 legs of the spider, but also the reproductive organ of the male, a feature so specific and so carefully represented that it has been used by arachnologists to identify the spider as a member of the genus Ricynulae, an order of rare arachnids found in the deep Amazonian rainforest, whose reproductive anatomy is distinctive and whose connection to the Nazca coastal desert people raises its own questions about the extent of Nazca geographical and biological knowledge. The astronomical hypothesis, proposed by the German researcher Maria Reich, who devoted her life to the study and protection of the Nazca Lines from the 1940s until her death in 1998 CE, argues that the spider's extended right foreleg points toward the star Mintaka in Orion's belt, and that the figure's overall geometry encodes the spatial relationships between the stars of the Orion constellation at a specific period of the Andean astronomical year. Reich's specific astronomical interpretations have been disputed by subsequent researchers, but the broader hypothesis that the Nazca figures encode astronomical knowledge has continued to attract serious scholarly attention. The spider watches the sky from its desert plateau. Whether it is watching for rain, for stars, or for something we have not yet thought to look for, it does not say. Fact 37, the Phaistos disk, 45 signs, no translation. The Phaistos disk, the circular fired clay disk approximately 15 centimeters in diameter, discovered in 1908 CE by the Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernia in the ruins of the Minoan Palace of Phaistos on the southern coast of Crete, dating to approximately 1700 BCE, and bearing on both of its faces a spiral sequence of stamped signs arranged in groups separated by incised lines, is one of the most discussed and most persistently undeciphered objects in the archaeology of the ancient Mediterranean. A document of unknown content, in an unknown script, possibly in an unknown language, whose decipherment has been claimed dozens of times and confirmed never. The physical characteristics of the Phaistos disc are specific and well established. Both faces of the disc bear a spiral sequence of stamped pictographic signs, each created by pressing a separate stamp into the soft clay before firing, making the disc, technically, a very early example of movable type printing, since the same stamp impressions appear in different positions throughout both sequences. The total inscription consists of 241 sign impressions, representing 45 distinct signs arranged in groups of 2 to 7 signs each, for a total of 61 groups on the two faces. The signs include recognizable pictograms of a walking man, a feathered head, a woman, a child, various animals, plants, tools, and geometric forms, a pictographic inventory that strongly suggests a syllabic or logosyllabic writing system rather than a purely alphabetic one. The disc is the only known example of its specific script. No other inscription in the same writing system has ever been found, a unique occurrence that is itself one of the most puzzling aspects of the object, since writing systems are typically attested across many documents rather than in a single solitary example. Some scholars have questioned whether the disc is a genuine Minoan artifact or a later forgery inserted into the Phaistos excavation, though the majority accepts its authenticity. Others have proposed that it was imported from elsewhere in the ancient Mediterranean world. 45 signs, 61 groups, 1 clay disc, 3,700 years of silence. Fact 38, the Great Zimbabwe, Africa's Stone Palace. Great Zimbabwe, the ancient city in the southeastern lowlands of modern Zimbabwe, built from the 11th to the 15th century CE by the ancestors of the Shona people, whose massive stone enclosures constructed from precisely fitted granite blocks without mortar cover an area of approximately 722 hectares and once housed a population of up to 18,000 people. Is the largest pre-colonial stone construction in sub-Saharan Africa and one of the most consequential and most politically charged archaeological sites on the African continent. A monument whose proper attribution and interpretation was denied, suppressed, and falsified for decades by European colonial authorities, who were unwilling to accept that a sophisticated stone city of this scale was built by African people without external assistance. The specific history of Great Zimbabwe's misappropriation is one of the most troubling chapters in the history of archaeology as a colonial enterprise. When European explorers and settlers arrived at the site in the 1860s and 1870s CE, the physical evidence of its African origin, the continuity of the architectural tradition with other stone enclosures in the region, the presence of locally produced pottery and trade goods linking the site to the known history of the Shona kingdoms, the oral traditions of the Karanga people, identifying the site as the capital of their ancestors, was systematically dismissed or suppressed in favor of a series of increasingly fantastic alternative attributions. The site was variously proposed to be the palace of the Queen of Sheba, a Phoenician trading post, an Arab or Indian construction, or the work of a lost white civilization. The colonial government of Rhodesia actively suppressed archaeological reports that attributed Great Zimbabwe to African builders, dismissing scholars who published such findings and promoting the alternative theories. It was only after Zimbabwean independence in 1980 CE, the moment when the country itself took the name of the city, that the African origin of Great Zimbabwe was officially acknowledged, and the site's proper historical significance began to be accurately communicated to the world. The genuine mystery of Great Zimbabwe, stripped of its colonial falsification, is not who built it but what specific form of political and economic power it represented, the extent of its trade networks, which reached as far as China and Persia through the Indian Ocean, the specific nature of the religious and political authority of the Shona kings who ruled from it, and the reasons for its eventual decline in the 15th century. Fact 39, the Dogu figurines, Japan's alien ambassadors. The Dogu, the small clay figurines produced in large numbers throughout the Japanese archipelago during the Jomon period, from approximately 14,000 to 300 BCE, making the Jomon culture one of the earliest producers of pottery and ceramic figurines in the history of the world, are among the most visually distinctive and most persistently misinterpreted objects in the archaeology of ancient Japan. Ceramic sculptures of great aesthetic sophistication whose specific forms, goggle-like eyes, elaborate body decorations, and postures suggesting ritual significance, have been incorporated into popular alternative history as evidence of ancient contact with extraterrestrial beings, while their actual meaning within the context of the Jomon culture to which they belong remains genuinely and fascinatingly uncertain. The Dogu range in size from a few centimeters to approximately 30 centimeters in height, and in form from relatively simple seated or standing figures in the early Jomon period to the extraordinarily elaborate goggle-eyed or snow-goggle figures of the late Jomon period, whose enormous circular eyes, structured headgear, and elaborate body markings give them an otherworldly appearance that has made them one of the most recognizable images in Japanese prehistory. The late Jomon dogu in particular, with their large round eyes suggestive of goggles or protective eyewear, their articulated surfaces covered with incised geometric patterns, and their postures suggesting ritual purpose, bear a superficial visual resemblance to popular depictions of extraterrestrial beings that has made them a recurring element in ancient astronaut theories. The mainstream archaeological interpretation of the dogu connects them to the specific ritual practices of the Jomon hunter-gatherer and early agricultural communities. They appear to have been used in ceremonies related to fertility, healing, and the propitiation of natural forces, and many dogu show evidence of deliberate breakage, suggesting that the destruction of the figurine was itself part of the ritual function. The large eyes of the late Jomon dogu may reflect the specific Jomon aesthetic of emotional expressiveness rather than any reference to goggles or protective equipment. What the dogu represent in the specific belief system of the Jomon people, what precisely was being invoked, propitiated, or embodied in the ceramic figure during the ritual, is a question that 14,000 years of cultural discontinuity makes genuinely inaccessible. They are among the oldest ceramic figurines in human history and among the most enigmatic. Fact 40, the mysteries at 40, what we seek in the unknown. 40 facts into the story of the world's oldest mysteries, and a pattern is emerging that is worth naming explicitly because it is as revealing about the present as it is about the past. The mysteries we find most compelling are almost always the ones that seem to exceed the capabilities we attribute to their creators. The Baalbek megaliths are mysterious because we cannot imagine how ancient people moved blocks of 800 tons. The Antikythera Mechanism is mysterious because we did not expect ancient Greeks to build computers. The Nazca Lines are mysterious because they can only be fully seen from the air. The Dogon's knowledge of Sirius B is mysterious because they should not have known about a star invisible to the naked eye. In each case, the mystery is partly a mystery about us, about the limits of our own imaginative capacity to credit ancient human beings with the full range of capability that the evidence of the ancient world, taken seriously, actually demands. The most parsimonious explanation of the Antikythera Mechanism is not that it was built by time travelers or aliens, but that ancient Greeks were more mechanically sophisticated than we have traditionally assumed. The most parsimonious explanation of the Baalbek megaliths is not supernatural assistance, but an organizational and engineering capacity in the ancient Near East that we have not yet fully reconstructed. The most parsimonious explanation of Göbekli Tepe is not lost Atlantean builders, but hunter-gatherers with more social complexity and more religious motivation than the conventional model of Paleolithic life assumed. The world's oldest mysteries are, in the end, invitations to expand our understanding of what ancient human beings were capable of, to resist the comfortable condescension of assuming that people without our technology were without our intelligence, our ambition, and our capacity for the extraordinary. 60 facts remain. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 41, the Moai of Easter Island, how they walked. The question of how the Moai of Easter Island were transporting from the Rana Raraka quarry to their coastal platforms, a journey of up to 22 kilometers across the island's rugged terrain, undertaken by a population of at most 15,000 people without draft animals, without wheeled vehicles, and with only the timber resources of a small Pacific island, was for most of the 20th century the central engineering mystery of Easter Island archaeology. A puzzle whose proposed solutions ranged from the practical to the theatrical, and that was finally answered, in its most convincing form, not by a computer simulation or a laboratory reconstruction, but by the oral tradition of the Rapa Nui people themselves, who had preserved the answer all along. The various solutions proposed by outside researchers in the 20th century included wooden sledges pulled by large teams of workers, canoe-like cradles rocked forward by teams pulling ropes, and the use of log rollers, all of which are mechanically feasible, but all of which require more timber than Easter Island's heavily deforested landscape could readily have supplied at the time of the Moai's transport. The most ingenious, and ultimately most compelling, solution was proposed in 2011 CE by the archaeologists Carl Lipo and Terry Hunt, who worked with a team to demonstrate that a Moai could be walked upright in a rocking motion by 3 teams pulling ropes, 2 attached to either side and 1 at the back, in a coordinated sequence that tilted the statue forward and pivoted it on its rounded base in a series of short forward lunges. The walking hypothesis was not invented by Lipo and Hunt. It was preserved in Rapa Nui oral tradition, which consistently held that the moai walked to their positions, that the statues moved under their own power, animated by the mana, the sacred spiritual force, of the ancestors they represented. The specific practical mechanism that made the walking possible, the coordinated rope teams, the rocking motion, the rounded base deliberately shaped to facilitate the pivot, had been embedded in the cultural memory of the Rapa Nui people all along, encoded in the metaphor of animated statues walking through the landscape under the power of ancestral mana. The mystery of the walking moai was solved by listening to the people whose ancestors built them, a lesson in the limits of outside expertise and the value of the knowledge traditions that have survived within the communities that created the things we find mysterious. Fact 42. The Oracle at Delphi, God or Gas. The Oracle at Delphi, the sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi on the southern slopes of Mount Parnassus in central Greece, where from approximately the 8th century BCE to the 4th century CE, a succession of women called the Pythia sat on a tripod in the innermost chamber of the temple of Apollo, and in a state of apparent divine possession, delivered pronouncements that shaped the political decisions of city-states, kings, and empires across the ancient Greek and Roman world. Was the most influential religious institution in the ancient Mediterranean world, and one of the most persistently debated. A site whose specific mechanism of prophetic utterance, which ancient sources consistently described as involving an intoxicating vapor rising from a cleft in the earth, was dismissed by modern scholars as legendary invention until geological and chemical investigation at the end of the 20th century produced evidence that the ancients had been telling the truth all along. The ancient accounts of the oracle's functioning were consistent and detailed. The Pythia, seated on her bronze tripod directly above a fissure in the bedrock of the temple, inhaled vapors rising from the earth that induced a trance state in which she spoke the words of Apollo, typically in an incoherent or elliptical form that the temple priests then translated into the hexameter verses that the consulting parties received as the oracle's response. This account was so consistently repeated by ancient sources, including Plutarch, who served as a priest at Delphi and wrote about the oracle from direct observation, that its dismissal by 19th and early 20th century scholars as mythological elaboration required positive evidence that no such fissure or vapor existed. That evidence was provided, and then overturned, by the geological and chemical investigation conducted by the geologist Gell de Boer and the archaeologist John Hale at the end of the 1990s CE. Their investigation confirmed the existence of two fault lines crossing beneath the Temple of Apollo at precisely the location of the Aditon, the inner chamber where the Pythia sat, and identified evidence of bituminous limestone deposits along those faults capable of releasing ethylene gas, a sweet-smelling hydrocarbon known to produce trance-like states and feelings of euphoria and disorientation at low concentrations. Ethylene was used as a general anesthetic in surgery in the early 20th century before safer alternatives were developed, and its specific effects at sub-anesthetic concentrations are consistent with the ancient descriptions of the Pythia's inspired state. The oracle at Delphi was real, the vapor was real. The specific relationship between the geological accident of the Parnassian fault system and the political history of the ancient Mediterranean world, mediated through the intoxicated pronouncements of a succession of ordinary Greek women seated above a crack in the earth, is one of the most extraordinary examples of the influence of natural phenomena on human history. Fact 43. The Ark of the Covenant, the most sought relic on earth. The Ark of the Covenant, the sacred chest described in the Hebrew Bible as a gold-covered acacia, would box approximately 130 centimeters long, 80 centimeters wide, and 80 centimeters high, surmounted by two golden cherubim facing each other above a golden lid called the mercy seat, containing the stone tablets of the 10 Commandments given to Moses on Mount Sinai, and serving as the physical dwelling place of the divine presence of the God of Israel. Is the most searched-for religious artifact in the history of the ancient world, an object of such theological significance, such popular fascination, and such specific material description that it has been the object of scholarly investigation, popular mythology, and earnest treasure hunting for more than 2,000 years since it disappeared from the historical record. The Ark appears consistently in the historical books of the Hebrew Bible, from its construction in the wilderness of Sinai, through its installation in the first temple of Jerusalem, built by Solomon in approximately 957 BCE. It then disappears from the biblical record. The second temple built after the Babylonian exile makes no mention of the Ark's presence, and the most credible explanation for this absence is that the Ark was either destroyed or carried off during the Babylonian conquest of Jerusalem in 586 BCE. The last unambiguous biblical reference to the Ark as a present and functioning sacred object is in the reign of King Josiah, approximately 621 BCE, suggesting it was either removed from the temple or destroyed in the period between Josiah's death in 609 BCE and the Babylonian conquest. The alternative traditions about the Ark's fate are numerous and geographically diverse. Ethiopian Christian tradition holds that the Ark was brought to Ethiopia by Menelik I, the son of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, and that it currently resides in the Chapel of the Tablet, adjacent to the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion in Aksum, guarded by a single monk whose sole function is its protection, and who is never permitted to leave the chapel's grounds. This tradition is taken with considerable seriousness by Ethiopian scholars and is consistent with the extraordinary importance of the Ark imagery in the Ethiopian Orthodox Christian tradition, but the chapel's contents have never been independently verified. Other traditions place the Ark beneath the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, in a cave in the Judean wilderness, in Egypt, in Ireland, and in Zimbabwe. What is certain is that an object of the specific theological significance and the specific material description of the Ark of the Covenant was built, was venerated, and disappeared, and that its disappearance created a void in the history of Israelite religion that the traditions of three major world religions have been trying to fill ever since. Fact 44. The Bosnian Pyramids, Archaeology or Geology. The Bosnian Pyramids, the group of hills near the town of Visoko in central Bosnia and Herzegovina, that were claimed in 2005 CE by the Bosnian businessman and amateur archaeologist Semir Osmanagic to be the largest man-made pyramids in the world, buried under millennia of vegetation and soil accumulation, and that have been the subject of an ongoing excavation project, a significant tourist industry, and a sustained controversy between Osmanagic's supporters and the majority of professional archaeologists who regard the entire enterprise as pseudoscience, represent the most extensively developed and most publicly visible of the contemporary claims for an undiscovered ancient civilization in Europe. The specific hills that Osmanagic designated as the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, the Pyramid of the Dragon, and other monumental structures are visually striking. They have regular, roughly triangular profiles visible from certain angles that do, superficially, resemble pyramid shapes. But the geological evidence for a natural origin of these features is substantial and has been provided by multiple independent geologists who have examined the site. The hills are formed from naturally occurring flat-end geology, the differential erosion of tilted sandstone and conglomerate layers that produces naturally triangular ridges, and the paved surfaces and ancient concrete that Osmanagic's team has identified as evidence of construction are, in the assessment of the mainstream geological and archaeological community, natural geological deposits of conglomerate rock and the products of normal sedimentary processes. The specific harm caused by the Bosnian Pyramid project has been identified by professional archaeologists as extending beyond the misrepresentation of geology. The excavations at the Visoko site have damaged or destroyed genuine archaeological remains from the medieval Bosnian kingdom, including the foundations of a medieval fortress, in the course of searching for pyramidal construction beneath them. Resources, tourist attention, and media coverage that might have supported the investigation and preservation of Bosnia's genuine archaeological heritage have been redirected toward the investigation of geological formations that professional archaeology does not recognize as human constructions. The Bosnian pyramids are a lesson in the difference between the mystery of what has genuinely been lost, the real unknown past of the ancient world, and the manufactured mystery of what has not been found because it does not exist. Fact 45. Avebury Stonehenge's Forgotten Giant. Avebury, the Neolithic henge monument in Wiltshire, England, approximately 30 kilometers north of Stonehenge, consisting of a circular bank and ditch approximately 420 meters in diameter, surrounding an outer stone circle of approximately 98 standing stones and 2 smaller inner circles, making it the largest stone circle in the world by area, is the most architecturally impressive and least publicly celebrated of the major British Neolithic monuments. A site that encompasses an entire modern English village within its prehistoric earthwork, that is datable to approximately 2850 to 2200 BCE, and whose specific ritual function, relationship to Stonehenge, and meaning within the broader sacred landscape of the Wiltshire Chalk Downs remains one of the most actively debated questions in British prehistoric archaeology. The Avebury Monument is embedded within a landscape of Neolithic ceremonial features that collectively constitute one of the most intensively used ritual landscapes in prehistoric Europe. The West Kennet Long Barrow, one of the largest Neolithic chambered tombs in Britain, built approximately 3650 BCE and used for communal burial for approximately 1,000 years, lies approximately 2 kilometers southeast of Avebury. Silbury Hill, the largest man-made mound in prehistoric Europe, approximately 40 meters high and containing as much material as the smaller Egyptian pyramids, built in multiple phases between approximately 2400 and 2300 BCE, lies approximately 1 kilometer south of Avebury. The Kennet Avenue, a double row of standing stones approximately 2.5 kilometers long, connects the Avebury Henge to another ceremonial site to the south. The scale of the Avebury complex is staggering when considered as a single construction project. The outer ditch of the henge is approximately 10 meters deep and 21 meters wide, excavated from the chalk bedrock with antler picks and ox shoulder blade shovels by Neolithic laborers working over a period of decades. The sarsen stones of the outer circle, some weighing more than 40 tons, were dragged from the nearby Marlborough Downs and erected without metal tools. The entire enterprise, from the Long Barrow to Silbury Hill to the henge and its avenues, represents a sustained investment of collective labor over more than 1,000 years in a specific sacred landscape, whose organizing principles and specific ceremonies remain unknown. Avebury is Stonehenge's older, larger, less famous cousin. It stands in a village, surrounded by houses and a pub, its stones partly destroyed by medieval Christians and partly used to build the village walls, an ordinary English scene at the center of one of the most extraordinary prehistoric landscapes on Earth. Fact 46, the Nazca hummingbird, precision without modern tools. The hummingbird geoglyph of the Nazca Desert, one of the most precisely drawn and most carefully studied of the individual Nazca figures, spanning approximately 96 meters in length and representing a stylized hummingbird in flight with outstretched wings and a long, curved beak, is the figure that most clearly demonstrates the specific technical challenge at the heart of the Nazca Line mystery. Not the question of why the figures were made, or for whom they were intended, but the question of how figures of this scale, complexity, and geometric precision were drawn on the desert's surface without aerial observation to verify their proportions during construction. The specific precision of the Nazca hummingbird is measurable. The proportional relationships between the bird's body, wings, beak, and tail are consistent throughout the figure to a degree that would require, if drawn freehand without any scaling technique, an extraordinary level of spatial intuition and geometric sense that defies the common assumption that large-scale outdoor drawing requires aerial verification. The lines themselves, made by removing the surface layer of dark pebbles to reveal the lighter ground beneath, are typically 30 to 60 centimeters wide and maintain their direction over distances of up to several meters without the deviations that freehand work would produce. The mechanism by which the Nazca artists achieved this precision has been the subject of considerable experimental investigation. The most widely accepted reconstruction involves a scaling grid. A small design drawn on a manageable surface was proportionally enlarged to full scale using a grid of stakes and strings that divided the design area into consistent units and allowed the proportional relationships of the original design to be faithfully replicated at the larger scale. Experiments by Maria Reich and subsequent researchers have demonstrated that this technique can produce the precision visible in the Nazca figures using only stakes, cord, and simple mathematical ratios. No technology beyond what was unquestionably available to the Nazca people. The hummingbird was drawn precisely, deliberately, and skillfully by people who were not looking at it from above. They carried its form in their minds, translated it onto the desert through geometry and organization, and then walked away, leaving an image that would not be fully seen for 1,500 years, until a pilot flew over the Peruvian desert in 1927 CE and looked down. Fact 47, the mystery of Troy, legend made real. Troy, the ancient city whose destruction in a legendary war fought over the abduction of Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world, was celebrated in Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, the founding literary texts of Western civilization, and whose identification as a real geographical place, rather than a purely mythological setting, was one of the most consequential acts of 19th century archaeology, occupies a unique position among the world's ancient mysteries. A place whose legendary existence was taken for granted by the ancient world, whose historical reality was doubted by the modern world, and whose rediscovery in the 1870s CE by the German businessman and amateur archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann raised as many questions as it answered about the relationship between myth, memory, and historical fact. Schliemann's excavation at the mound of Hisarlik in northwestern Turkey, begun in 1870 CE on the basis of his conviction that Homer's descriptions of the Trojan landscape were literally accurate guides to the location of the historical city, revealed a complex of superimposed cities, each built on the ruins of the previous one, spanning a period from approximately 3000 BCE to 500 CE. Schliemann identified the second city from the bottom, the stratum he labeled Troy II, as the city of Priam and the Trojan War, and famously discovered within it a treasure of gold and silver objects that he called Priam's treasure, and that he dramatically photographed on his wife Sophia. Subsequent archaeological work has established that Troy II was built and destroyed approximately 1,000 years before the generally accepted date of the Trojan War, and that the stratum most consistent with the Homeric period is Troy Via, destroyed by fire in approximately 1180 BCE. The specific question of whether a historical conflict resembling the Trojan War occurred, whether a Greek coalition really besieged and sacked a wealthy Bronze Age city on the Anatolian coast, is now treated with cautious affirmation by most classical archaeologists and ancient historians. The evidence from Troy Via is consistent with a violent destruction. The contemporary Hittite records mention a place called Wilusa in the region of Troy that was a subject of diplomatic conflict with the Ahiyawa, a name that many scholars identify with the Homeric Achaeans, the Greeks of Homer's poem. Whether Helen was real, whether her face launched 1,000 ships, whether Achilles and Hector fought in the shadow of the walls, these questions the archaeology of Hisarlik cannot answer, but the city was there, and it burned. Fact 48. The crystal skulls, a beautiful fraud. The crystal skulls, the collection of human skull sculptures made from clear or milky quartz crystal, ranging in size from small carvings a few centimeters high to life-sized examples weighing several kilograms, that various vendors and collectors in the late 19th and early 20th centuries attributed to the Maya, the Aztec, or other pre-Columbian Mesoamerican civilizations, and that have been incorporated into popular culture as objects of paranormal power, mystical energy. And ancient alien engineering are the entry in the category of the world's ancient mysteries that most clearly and most completely fails the test of genuine mystery, objects that mainstream science has investigated thoroughly and found to be, without meaningful exception, 19th and 20th century European fabrications. The scientific investigation of the major crystal skulls, conducted using electron microscopy, X-ray crystallography, and geological sourcing analysis at institutions including the British Museum, the Smithsonian Institution, and the Quai Branly Museum in Paris in the 1990s and 2000 CE, produced results that were consistent across all the major specimens examined. The tool marks visible on the crystal surfaces under electron microscopy are consistent with modern rotary cutting and polishing tools, specifically the carborundum-tipped wheels and polishing compounds available in the 19th century European gem-cutting industry, rather than with any pre-Columbian stoneworking technique. The specific crystal used in several of the major skulls has been sourced through geological analysis to deposits in Brazil that were not exploited until the modern period. No crystal skull has been found in a documented pre-Columbian archaeological excavation. The most famous of the crystal skulls, the Mitchell Hedges skull, named after the British adventurer F.A. Mitchell Hedges who claimed his adopted daughter found it in a Maya ruin in 1924 CE, was demonstrated by the Smithsonian Institution's analysis to show clear evidence of modern manufacture, and was subsequently traced through auction records to a sale in London in 1943 CE, 19 years after Mitchell Hedges claimed it was discovered. The crystal skulls are not a mystery about the ancient world. They are a mystery about the modern world, specifically about the human capacity to believe what we want to believe, and about the specific social and cultural conditions that made 19th century Europeans willing to fabricate pre-Columbian artifacts and 20th century audiences willing to receive them as genuine. In that sense, they are among the most revealing objects discussed in this entire series. Fact 49. The Nazca whale, the ocean in the desert. The killer whale geoglyph of the Nazca Desert, a 65-meter figure of an orca etched into the plateau surface with the same technique of pebble removal used for the other Nazca figures, and representing not a creature of the Andean highlands or the coastal plain, but a specific species of large marine predator associated by the Nazca people with rain, fertility, and the power of the sea, is one of the most cosmologically revealing of all the individual Nazca figures. A drawing that locates the civilization that made it within a specific ecological and spiritual understanding of the relationship between the desert coast, the ocean, and the water cycle on which agricultural survival in one of the driest places on Earth absolutely depended. The presence of marine iconography in the Nazca artistic tradition, the orca, the pelican, the sea creatures, in a desert plateau far from the ocean, reflects the Andean understanding of the sea as the source of the atmospheric moisture that the Andes wring from the Pacific air as rain and snow. The Humboldt Current, flowing north along the Peruvian coast, drives the system of coastal fog and Pacific moisture that is the primary water source for the coastal desert civilizations, and the specific animals that depend on that current, above all the orca and the pelican, were understood as manifestations of the ocean's power over the agricultural fate of the desert people. The specific orientation of the killer whale geoglyph, its head pointing toward the mountains and its tail toward the sea, has been interpreted as encoding the direction of water flow, from the ocean, through the atmosphere, to the mountains where it falls as rain and snow, and then back down through the rivers to the sea. If this interpretation is correct, the killer whale is not merely a representation of an animal, but a cosmological diagram of the water cycle on which the Nazca civilization depended, a hydraulic explanation drawn at a scale of 65 meters on the desert floor. The Nazca people lived in one of the driest places on Earth and made their greatest art about water. That is not a mystery. That is the most human thing imaginable. Fact 50, the mysteries at 50, halfway through the unknown. 50 facts into the story of the world's oldest mysteries, halfway through, and the landscape of the human unknown is spread before us in all its variety. The underground cities and the stone circles, the undeciphered scripts and the impossible machines, the lost libraries and the warped moai, the vapor that powered the oracle and the crystal skulls that were never ancient. We have visited the places where the past speaks clearly and the places where it speaks in riddles. We have sat with the Phaistos disc and its 45 unreadable signs, with the Voynich Manuscript and its unknowable language, with the Rongorongo tablets and their lost readers. We have stood in the shadow of the Baalbek megaliths and the Great Zimbabwe and the Bosnian hills that are not pyramids. At the halfway point, one observation seems worth making explicitly. The genuine mysteries of the ancient world, Göbekli Tepe, the Antikythera Mechanism, Newgrange, the Indus Valley Script, the moai. The Nazca Lines are every bit as astonishing and as thought-provoking as the manufactured mysteries of alternative history. The real achievements of ancient human beings are as difficult to explain, as challenging to our assumptions, and as productive of genuine wonder as any extraterrestrial intervention or Atlantean civilization. The ancient world does not need to be falsified to be extraordinary. It is extraordinary already. 50 facts remain. They will carry us to the sunken cities and the forest temples, to the maps of the ocean floor and the temples of the equinox, to the ancient computers and the desert monks and the cities that should not have existed when they were built. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 51, the sunken city of Dwarka, India's underwater kingdom. Dwarka, the ancient city on the northwestern coast of the Indian state of Gujarat, sacred in Hindu tradition as the kingdom of the god Krishna, and one of the 7 most holy cities in the Hindu world, whose ancient incarnation was believed to have been swallowed by the sea at the moment of Krishna's death, became, in 1988 CE, the site of one of the most significant underwater archaeological discoveries in the history of South Asian archaeology, when a team of marine archaeologists from the National Institute of Oceanography, led by S.R. Rao, discovered the remains of extensive stone structures on the seabed of the Gulf of Kambat off the Gujarat coast, at depths of approximately 6 to 12 meters below the present sea surface, that appear to represent the submerged remains of a human settlement of considerable antiquity. The structures identified at the underwater Dwarka site, stone walls, column bases, what appear to be street layouts and building foundations, and a series of stone anchor stocks used by ancient ships, are dated by the archaeological team to between approximately 1500 and 3000 BCE, placing them within the temporal range of the Indus Valley civilization, whose cities Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa flourished in the same broad region during the same period. The sea level rise that submerged the coastal zone of the Gulf of Kambat occurred progressively following the end of the last ice age and continued through the Holocene period, and the presence of submerged coastal settlements in this region is entirely consistent with the known geological and sea level history of the area. The more controversial claim emerged in 2001 CE, when a different team conducting a pollution survey of the Gulf of Kambat using side-scan sonar reported the discovery of what they described as a large submerged urban complex at a depth of approximately 40 meters, producing acoustic images of what appeared to be regular geometric patterns consistent with urban planning, extending over an area of several square kilometers. Carbon dating of a piece of wood recovered from the site produced a date of approximately 7500 BCE, which would make it significantly older than any known urban civilization on Earth, and would require a fundamental rewriting of the history of human civilization. The Gulf of Kambat discovery has been disputed by mainstream archaeology on methodological grounds. The sonar images are ambiguous, the wood sample may not be associated with the structures, and the sediment cores produced mixed results. The mystery of Dwarka occupies a specific middle ground. The shallower ancient city is real and its significance is genuine. the deeper, older, larger claim remains unconfirmed and its interpretation contested. The sea holds its secrets at its own pace. Fact 52, Göbekli Tepe and the birth of religion. Did worship precede farming? The most consequential intellectual implication of Göbekli Tepe, the one that has most fundamentally disrupted the conventional narrative of human prehistory, is not merely that monumental stone construction began earlier than previously believed, but that the specific sequence of events in the emergence of human civilization may be precisely the reverse of what the conventional model assumed. Most of the 20th century, the dominant explanation of how civilization began ran as follows. Agriculture produced food surpluses. Food surpluses allowed population growth. Population growth created social complexity. Social complexity produced hierarchical organization. Hierarchical organization enabled monumental construction, and monumental construction eventually produced temples and organized religion. The sequence ran from economics to society to religion. Göbekli Tepe inverts this sequence entirely. The site was built by hunter-gatherers, people who, by every conventional criterion, lacked the social complexity, the food surpluses, and the hierarchical organization that the conventional model required for monumental construction. They built it anyway, and they built it apparently as a religious or ceremonial site, a place of gathering and ritual rather than a place of settlement or food production. The economics did not produce the religion. The religion, it now appears, may have produced the economics. The specific mechanism proposed by Klaus Schmidt, who excavated Göbekli Tepe for 2 decades before his death in 2014 CE, runs as follows. The construction and maintenance of the ceremonial complex at Göbekli Tepe required the sustained gathering of large numbers of people from the surrounding hunter-gatherer communities, who needed to be fed during the periods of collective construction and ceremony. The need to feed these gatherings created a pressure toward food production, toward the deliberate cultivation of the wild cereals that grew abundantly on the Taurus mountain slopes surrounding Göbekli Tepe, that eventually, over generations, produced the domesticated strains of wheat and barley that became the foundation of Near Eastern agriculture. In this model, the temple preceded the grain field. The need to feed the builders of the god's house produced the first farmers. Göbekli Tepe is approximately 15 kilometers from the site where archaeobotanists have identified the earliest evidence for the domestication of einkorn wheat, the specific wild grass ancestor from which cultivated wheat was developed. The proximity may be coincidental. It may not be. Fact 53, the Nazca Lines and water, a desert people's prayer. The most scientifically supported and most contextually coherent explanation for the purpose of the Nazca Lines, the explanation that has emerged from decades of serious interdisciplinary investigation, combining archaeology, hydrology, astronomic, and the anthropological study of Andean religious practices, is one that connects the extraordinary landscape art of the Nazca Plateau to the most fundamental preoccupation of every desert civilization that has ever existed. The desperate, urgent, cosmologically central need for water. The Nazca Desert is one of the driest places on Earth. Annual rainfall in the plateau region averages less than 4 millimeters, and the agricultural communities of the Nazca River valleys depended for their survival on the underground water channels called puquios, the surface rivers fed by Andean snowmelt, and the episodic rains that fell on the mountains to the east. In this environment, the relationship between the human community and the divine powers that controlled rainfall was not a matter of theological preference, but of physical survival. A relationship maintained through ceremony, offering, and the specific spatial practices of pilgrimage and processional movement through a sacred landscape. The water hypothesis for the Nazca Lines, developed most fully by the archaeologist David Beresford Jones and the anthropologist Paul Hegarty, building on earlier work by the archaeologist Helen Silverman, proposes that the straight lines of the Nazca Plateau functioned primarily as sacred paths leading to or from sources of water. That the lines connected the plateau's ceremonial landscape to the rivers, the puquio entrances, and the mountain sources of the Andean snowmelt on which the Nazca people depended. In this interpretation, walking the lines was not merely an aesthetic or astronomical act, but a ceremonial engagement with the hydraulic system that sustained life, an embodied prayer for the continuation of the water on which everything depended. Significant supporting evidence for this interpretation comes from the finding that many of the Nazca Lines, when traced to their endpoints, terminate at sources of water or at locations associated with hydraulic infrastructure. The trapezoids, the large cleared areas that form the most numerous element of the Nazca geoglyph complex, have been interpreted as gathering places for ceremonial groups processing toward water sources. The specific animals represented in the figurative geoglyphs, the hummingbird, whose appearance in the Andes signals the arrival of the wet season, the killer whale, associated with rain and the ocean, the spider, used in some Andean traditions to predict rainfall, all have specific connections to water in the cosmological framework of Andean culture. The Nazca Lines are a prayer drawn in the desert, written large enough for the gods, who lived in the sky and in the mountains and in the ocean, to read. Fact 54. The tomb of Genghis Khan, the most sought grave in Asia. The tomb of Genghis Khan, the burial site of the founder of the Mongol Empire, the ruler who between 1206 and 1227 CE created the largest contiguous land empire in the history of the world, and whose death in August 1227 CE was followed by a burial of such deliberate and thoroughgoing secrecy that the location of his grave has never been found, is the most sought and most persistently elusive burial site in the history of archaeology. A grave that the best equipped and most technologically sophisticated archaeological search efforts of the modern era have been unable to locate, in a region of the world where the search itself has been made politically and culturally complex by the profound reverence in which the Mongolian people hold the memory of their founding leader. The ancient sources describe the burial of Genghis Khan with a consistency that confirms the deliberateness of the secrecy surrounding it. According to Mongolian tradition, the Khan was buried somewhere in the Kentiai Mountains of northeastern Mongolia, near his birthplace, a return in death to the landscape of his origins that reflects a specifically Mongolian understanding of the relationship between individual identity and ancestral territory. The burial party, according to tradition, killed everyone they encountered on the journey to the burial site to prevent the location from becoming known, and the soldiers who performed the burial were themselves subsequently killed. The site was then deliberately concealed, trees were planted over it, horses were driven over the ground to erase any trace of disturbance, and a river was reportedly diverted over the grave. The region of the Kentiai Mountains, identified by tradition as the most likely location of the burial, an area of approximately 240 square kilometers surrounding the sacred mountain of Berchtesgaden, has been the subject of several major archaeological search efforts using satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and systematic survey. None has located the tomb. The Mongolian government has designated the most sacred portion of the search area as a strictly protected zone into which archaeological investigation is not permitted, a restriction that reflects the specific tension between archaeological ambition and the rights of a living people to protect the sacred geography of their founding ancestor from the intrusive attention of outside researchers. Genghis Khan's grave remains the most successfully hidden in the world, a deliberate act of concealment that has outlasted the empire it was intended to protect by 800 years. Fact 55. Angkor Wat, the temple that the forest swallowed. Angkor Wat, the extraordinary temple complex in the Siem Reap province of modern Cambodia, built in the first half of the 12th century CE by the Khmer king Suryavarman II as a state temple and mausoleum oriented toward the west, the direction of the setting sun, and in Hindu cosmology, the direction of death, and representing the largest religious monument ever constructed. Covering an area of approximately 162 hectares and surrounded by a moat approximately 5.5 kilometers in circumference, is a monument whose physical grandeur is matched by the mystery of the civilization that built it. The Khmer Empire, whose capital city of Angkor was, at its height in the 12th and 13th centuries CE, the largest pre-industrial urban agglomeration in the history of the world, and whose collapse in the 15th century left the greatest city on Earth to be swallowed by the forest. The specific scale of the Angkor urban complex, revealed in its full extent only in 2016 CE through LADAR aerial survey that penetrated the forest canopy to reveal the landscape beneath, is one of the most stunning recent archaeological discoveries in Southeast Asia. The LADAR survey revealed that the area of dense urban settlement surrounding the Angkor temple complexes extended over approximately 1,000 square kilometers, an urban footprint larger than modern Paris, connected by an elaborate network of roads, canals, and water management infrastructure that supported a population estimated at between 750,000 and 1 million people at the empire's height. The specific water management system of Angkor, a network of reservoirs called barrays, distribution canals, and drainage channels that collected and redistributed the monsoon rainfall across the agricultural landscape of the Angkor Plain, was the technological foundation of the empire's food security and the source of its extraordinary capacity to support such a large urban population in a monsoon climate of extreme seasonal rainfall variability. The largest of the barrays, the West Barray, is approximately 8 kilometers long, 2 kilometers wide, and still holds water today. The collapse of the Angkor Empire in the 14th and 15th centuries CE the process by which the greatest city on Earth was gradually abandoned to the encroaching forest, appears to have been driven primarily by the failure of this water management system. A combination of prolonged drought, catastrophic flooding, and the accumulated neglect of a hydraulic infrastructure that required constant organized maintenance to function. When the organization failed, the water went wrong, the food failed, and the city emptied. Fact 56. The Paracas Candelabra, a sign on the hillside. The Paracas Candelabra, the large geoglyph etched into the slopes of a hill on the Paracas Peninsula of southern Peru, measuring approximately 180 meters in height, depicting a three-branched figure whose resemblance to a candelabra or trident gives it its common name, and visible from a distance of approximately 12 kilometers out to sea, is one of the most visually dramatic and most genuinely puzzling geoglyphs in South America. A figure carved into the Peruvian hillside by an unknown civilization, at an unknown date for purposes that remain contested, and whose location on a prominent coastal headland visible from the sea has generated a range of functional interpretations from navigational landmark to religious declaration to cosmological diagram. The Paracas Candelabra is associated by most researchers with the Paracas culture, the pre-Columbian civilization of the southern Peruvian coast that preceded the Nazca, and that is best known for its extraordinary textile tradition and its practice of intentional cranial deformation. The specific date of the geoglyph's creation is uncertain. The figure has not been directly dated, and estimates ranging from approximately 200 BCE to 200 CE have been proposed on the basis of ceramic evidence and stylistic parallels with other Paracas artistic productions. The specific image depicted in the candelabra has been interpreted in multiple ways. The most common popular interpretation identifies it as a cactus, specifically the San Pedro cactus, a mescaline-containing plant used in shamanic ritual practices throughout the Andes, whose three-branched form when grown is consistent with the figure's overall shape. This interpretation connects the geoglyph to the specific ritual and cosmological practices of the Paracas and Nazca cultures, in which hallucinogenic plants played a role in shamanic communication with the divine world. Other interpretations have proposed that the figure represents a stylized lightning bolt, a trident symbol of authority, or a navigational marker for maritime traders. The candelabra faces the sea. Whatever it was saying it to the ocean, and perhaps to the people who sailed across it. Fact 57. The Money Pit of Oak Island, the hole that has swallowed everything. The Money Pit of Oak Island, the alleged treasure pit on the small island of Oak Island in Mahone Bay, Nova Scotia, Canada, discovered in 1795 CE by a teenager named Daniel McGinnis who noticed a circular depression in the ground and began digging, and that has since consumed the fortunes, the energies, and in several cases, the lives of treasure hunters who have been convinced for more than 2 centuries that an extraordinary treasure of unknown origin lies at the bottom of an elaborate trap of booby-trapped shafts and flood tunnels, is the longest-running treasure hunt in North American history and one of the most remarkable examples of the human capacity to sustain belief in a hypothesis against consistently disappointing evidence. The legend of the Money Pit rests on a series of observations made during the early excavations that have never been satisfactorily independently verified. The discovery of layers of flagstones, oak platforms, charcoal, putty, and coconut fiber at regular intervals as the shaft was sunk. An inscribed stone found at 90 feet bearing a cipher that was later translated as 40 feet below 2 million pounds are buried. And the flooding of the shaft by seawater at a depth of approximately 33 meters, attributed by treasure hunters to an elaborate system of flood tunnels engineered to protect the treasure from unauthorized excavation. The specific treasures that have been proposed as buried in the Money Pit include the peril of the British Army after the American Revolutionary War, the treasure of the Knights Templar, the original manuscripts of Francis Bacon proving he wrote Shakespeare's plays, the French crown jewels, and the accumulated wealth of the pirate Captain Kidd. The documentary television series The Curse of Oak Island, which has aired for more than a decade on the History Channel, continues to document the latest excavation efforts with a combination of genuine archaeological curiosity and artful dramatic construction. The most prosaic explanation for the Money Pit, that the flooding shaft is a natural karst sinkhole in the island's limestone geology, and that the apparent regular layering is the product of natural sediment deposition rather than human engineering, has not succeeded in ending the search. The hole has swallowed more than $2 million in treasure hunting expenditures. Whatever is at the bottom, it has proven more expensive to look for than to find. Fact 58. The Longyu Caves, China's underground wonder. The Longyu Caves, the complex of 24 artificial caverns discovered in 1992 CE in Longyu County, Zhejiang Province, China, when a local farmer pumped the water from a pond that he hoped to use for fish farming, and found, beneath the water, the entrance to an enormous hand-carved underground chamber, are one of the most extraordinary and most recent of the world's ancient mysteries. A complex of human-made spaces of remarkable scale and sophistication, whose existence was entirely unknown to scholarship before 1992 CE, and whose specific origin, dating, and purpose remains genuinely uncertain. The Longyu Caves are vast. Each of the 24 caves measures between approximately 1,000 and 3,000 square meters in floor area, with ceiling heights of up to 30 meters, spaces comparable in scale to large aircraft hangars, entirely hand-carved from the red sandstone of the Longyu hillside. The walls, columns, and ceilings of the caves are covered with a distinctive pattern of parallel chisel marks, arranged in a consistent diagonal pattern, applied with such consistency across all 24 caves that they appear to reflect a standardized production method rather than individual workmanship. The caves are interconnected by passages and share a consistent ceiling height despite their different overall dimensions, evidence of careful planning and coordination across the entire complex. No historical record of the cave's construction has been found in any Chinese historical source, a silence that is itself extraordinary given the scale of the project, which must have required enormous organized labor over an extended period. No artifacts have been found within the caves that clearly identify their builders or their date of construction, though the style of the chisel marks has led some researchers to tentatively associate the complex with the period of the Wu Kingdom, approximately 200 BCE to 200 CE. No consensus on the cave's function has been established. Proposals include military storage, a quarrying operation, a palace or administrative complex, a religious site, and a refuge in time of conflict. 24 vast underground chambers, each the size of a cathedral, carved from solid rock by unknown people for unknown purposes at an unknown time, and discovered only because a farmer wanted to raise fish. Fact 59, the Nazca Lines and the Modern Eye satellite revelations. The ongoing discovery of new Nazca and related geoglyphs through satellite imagery and drone survey, a process that has accelerated dramatically since the early 2010s CE with the increasing availability of high-resolution commercial satellite data and low-cost drone technology, has transformed the archaeological understanding of the Nazca Lines from a fixed inventory of known figures to a continuously expanding database of new discoveries, fundamentally changing the scale and character of the mystery by revealing that the geoglyph tradition of the southern Peruvian desert was far more extensive, far more varied, and far more chronologically complex than the figures discovered and catalogued in the first half of the 20th century suggested. The most significant contribution to the expansion of the Nazca geoglyph catalogue has come from the collaborative work of the archaeologist Johnny Eiler and the Japanese artificial intelligence researcher Masato Sakai, whose team used machine learning algorithms trained on high-resolution satellite and drone imagery to identify new geoglyphs in the Nazca and Palpa regions that human observers had missed. Between 2019 and 2022 CE, the team announced the discovery of more than 300 previously unknown geoglyphs in the region, more than doubling the previously known inventory, and revealing that the geoglyph tradition was significantly older, more geographically widespread, and more stylistically diverse than previously understood. The newly discovered geoglyphs include figures made in a different technique from the classic Nazca figures, relief lines created by piling stones rather than removing them, that appear to be older than the classic figures and to represent a different phase or tradition of the geoglyph-making practice. Several of the new figures depict humans, pairs of figures facing each other, and scenes of apparent interaction that the classic Nazca figurative geoglyphs, which predominantly show isolated animals and plants, do not include. These new discoveries suggest that the narrative embedded in the Nazca landscape is more complex and more varied than the isolated animal figures of the classic period implied. The Nazca Lines are still growing, still revealing themselves to eyes equipped with new ways of seeing. In the desert that has preserved them for 2,000 years, the image of what the Nazca people made is still coming into focus. Fact 60, the mysteries at 60, the map of the unknown. 60 facts into the story of the world's oldest mysteries, and the map of the human unknown has grown substantially more detailed since we began. We have visited Dwarka beneath the Indian Ocean and the Longyu Caves beneath the Chinese hillside. We have traced the water logic of the Nazca Lines and heard the oracle speak through her geological fault. We have stood at the empty space where the Ark of the Covenant was and looked into the pit on Oak Island where the treasure is not. We have seen how Göbekli Tepe inverted the history of civilization, how Angkor's water management failure emptied the largest city on Earth, and how the crystal skulls reveal more about modern credulity than ancient mystery. At 60 Facts, one of the most important things this journey has revealed is the geography of the genuine versus the manufactured unknown. The genuine mysteries of the ancient world, the ones that require no falsification, no suppression of contradictory evidence, and no special pleading, are extraordinary enough to sustain any amount of wonder and any depth of inquiry. Göbekli Tepe really was built by hunter-gatherers. The Antikythera Mechanism really did compute the movements of the planets. The Moai really did walk. The Oracle really did breathe gas from a geological fault. The ancient world was genuinely and consistently more sophisticated, more ambitious, and more surprising than any single generation's model of it has been able to accommodate. 40 facts remain. They will carry us to the final mysteries, the maps and the temples and the encoded messages, and the civilizations whose stories are still being excavated from the earth. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 61, the Minoan Civilization, Europe's first mystery. The Minoan civilization, the sophisticated Bronze Age culture that flourished on the island of Crete and the surrounding Aegean islands between approximately 3000 and 1100 BCE, building elaborate multi-story palace complexes at Knossos, Phaistos, Malia and Zakros, producing extraordinarily refined art in fresco, pottery and goldwork, maintaining long-distance trade networks extending from Egypt to Mesopotamia to the British Isles, and developing two distinct writing systems, is the earliest advanced civilization in European history and one of the most visually compelling in the entire ancient world. A culture whose art depicts acrobats leaping over charging bulls, women in elaborate flounced skirts gathering saffron in paradise gardens, and dolphins leaping through seas of fluid blue paint on palace walls, and whose sudden and catastrophic collapse in approximately 1450 BCE remains one of the most debated events in Bronze Age archaeology. The Palace of Knossos, the largest Minoan palace complex, covering approximately 13,000 square meters across multiple stories, connected by a labyrinth of corridors, staircases, light wells and storage magazines, was so architecturally complex when it was excavated by the British archaeologist Arthur Evans beginning in 1900 CE that Evans immediately connected it to the Greek myth of the labyrinth. The maze built by the craftsman Daedalus to contain the Minotaur, the bull-headed monster to whom Athens sent 7 youths and 7 maidens as tribute every 9 years until the hero Theseus killed it. Evans named the entire civilization Minoan after the legendary King Minos, an act of mythological appropriation whose consequences for the interpretation of genuine Minoan archaeology have been debated by scholars ever since. The two Minoan writing systems, Linear A, used for administrative records across the Cretan palace economy, and the still mysterious Cretan hieroglyphic script used on clay seal stones, have never been deciphered. Linear A was the predecessor of Linear B, the Mycenaean Greek administrative script that was deciphered in 1952 CE by the architect Michael Ventris. But the specific language underlying Linear A, the language spoken by the Minoans before the Mycenaean Greeks took over Crete, is unknown and possibly unrelated to any other known language family. The Minoans left thousands of administrative records in a script no one can read, in a language whose name we do not know. The cause of the Minoan collapse, the abandonment of the palace complexes, the end of the distinctive Minoan artistic tradition, and the replacement of Minoan administrative culture by Mycenaean Greek, is attributed by most archaeologists to a combination of the catastrophic eruption of the Thera volcano, approximately 1600 BCE, the tsunamis and ash fall it generated, and the subsequent Mycenaean Greek conquest of Crete. But the specific sequence of events and the relative weight of each cause is still actively debated, and the end of Minoan civilization remains as mysterious, in its specific mechanisms, as its beginning. Fact 62, the Nazca astronaut, a figure on a hillside. The figure known popularly as the Nazca astronaut, the carved image visible on the steep face of a natural rock outcrop at the site of Cerro Unitas in the Atacama Desert of northern Chile, depicting a large human figure with an oversized round head, outstretched arms, and what appears to be a helmet or elaborate headdress, approximately 4 meters in height. And commonly reproduced in popular literature about ancient mysteries as evidence of extraterrestrial contact with the ancient peoples of the South American desert, is an object whose specific cultural context, whose actual geographical location, and whose probable meaning within the indigenous artistic tradition of the Atacama region are routinely ignored or suppressed in the popular presentations that have made it famous. The figure is not at Nazca, it is not made by the Nazca culture. It is located at a site called Cerro Unitas in the Atacama Desert of northern Chile, approximately 1,500 kilometers south of the Nazca Plateau, and it belongs to the artistic tradition of the indigenous peoples of the Atacama region, whose rock art, painted and carved figures covering thousands of rock surfaces throughout the Atacama, represents a distinct and entirely distinct tradition from the geoglyphs of the Nazca Plateau. The figure was created between approximately 900 and 1000 CE, well within the historical period, and well within the range of artistic traditions whose human origin is uncontested. The helmet that popular literature interprets as an astronaut's visor is, in the specific context of Atacama rock art, a representation of a large elaborate headdress of the type worn by shamans and ritual specialists throughout the indigenous cultures of the South American Pacific coast. The oversized head, a feature that appears throughout the rock art of the region, reflects a specific convention of Atacama artistic representation in which the head, as the seat of consciousness and spiritual power, is depicted at proportionally greater size than the body. The outstretched arms are a common posture in shamanic representations throughout the region, associated with the flight of the shaman's spirit during trance states. The Nazca astronaut is a shaman. He is not from space. He is from the specific cultural and spiritual world of the ancient Atacama, a world that is genuinely interesting, genuinely complex, and genuinely worthy of attention precisely as itself, without requiring the imposition of an extraterrestrial narrative that erases its actual meaning. Fact 63. The ancient city of Mohenjo-Daro, did it end in fire? Mohenjo-Daro, the ancient city on the west bank of the Indus River in the Sindh province of modern Pakistan, built approximately 4,500 years ago, abandoned approximately 3,700 years ago, and rediscovered by British colonial archaeologists in the 1920s CE, was at its height one of the largest and most sophisticated cities in the world. A planned urban settlement of approximately 40,000 inhabitants, organized on a strict grid plan with standardized brick sizes, an elaborate public drainage and sewage system, more sophisticated than anything in contemporary Mesopotamia or Egypt, a great public bath whose function remains debated, and a population that produced the artifacts and maintained the trade networks of the Indus Valley civilization at its most prosperous. The mystery of Mohenjo-Daro is the mystery of its end, the specific circumstances of the abandonment that left the city in the state in which archaeologists found it. Streets strewn with skeletons in attitudes suggesting sudden death, evidence of fire damage in certain areas, and the overall impression of a city that ended not gradually, but in some kind of abrupt and violent episode, whose causes are among the most contested questions in South Asian archaeology. The most dramatic claim about Mohenjo-Daro's end was made by the alternative history writer Davenport and the physicist Vincenti in a 1979 book that argued the city had been destroyed by a nuclear explosion, citing the strewn skeletons, the apparent evidence of high-temperature melting in certain areas, and a pattern of destruction radiating outward from a central point as evidence consistent with a nuclear blast. This claim has been comprehensively rejected by mainstream archaeology. The apparent evidence for extreme heat is consistent with normal firing of pottery and bricks. The skeleton distribution reflects secondary burial practices rather than sudden death in the streets, and the pattern of destruction is consistent with gradual abandonment and natural site formation processes rather than any explosive event. The mainstream explanation for Mohenjo-Daro's decline involves a combination of climate change, the gradual drying of the Indus Valley region after approximately 2000 BCE that reduced the agricultural productivity on which the city depended, and the disruption of the long-distance trade networks that sustained its economy. The city was not destroyed, it was slowly emptied. The skeletons in the streets are the remains of the last inhabitants, buried where they fell by those who remained to the end, and the end was not fire from the sky, but the slow withdrawal of the water that made life possible. Fact 64. Çatalhöyük, the city without streets. Çatalhöyük, the remarkably well-preserved Neolithic settlement in the Konya Plain of south-central Anatolia, Turkey, occupied between approximately 7500 and 5700 BCE, and at its height housing a population of approximately 8,000 people in one of the earliest and densest proto-urban settlements ever discovered, is one of the most intensively studied Neolithic sites in the world, and one of the most genuinely mysterious in its specific social organization. A community that lived at a density comparable to a modern city, yet organized its collective life according to principles so radically different from any subsequent urban tradition that it constitutes a kind of social experiment whose specific logic has fascinated and puzzled archaeologists for more than half a century, since its discovery by James Mellart in 1958 CE. The most immediately striking feature of Çatalhöyük is its total absence of streets. The settlement consisted of mud brick houses packed so closely together that they shared walls on all sides and had no ground-level entrances. Access to each house was through a hole in the roof, reached by a wooden ladder from the rooftop, which served as the street level of the settlement. The rooftops of Çatalhöyük were its public spaces, its pathways, its gathering places, a city built upward rather than outward, whose daily social life took place on a continuous surface of interconnected rooftops above the closed interior spaces of the individual houses below. Inside each house, the evidence of Çatalhöyük's most distinctive cultural practice is unmistakable and consistently astonishing to modern visitors who encounter it for the first time. The dead were buried beneath the floors of the houses, beneath the sleeping platforms, beneath the hearths, beneath the daily activity areas of the living, in a direct, intimate cohabitation of the living and their ancestors that represents one of the most explicit expressions of the principle of ancestral continuity in any known human culture. Entire generations of a family were buried beneath the same house over periods of decades or centuries, their bones accumulating beneath the floors of the dwelling, where the living community continued to eat, sleep, and conduct its daily life directly above them. The bull, or more specifically, the wild aurochs, the enormous wild ancestor of domestic cattle, occupied a central place in the ritual life of Çatalhöyük. Aurochs' skulls were mounted on the walls of houses, sometimes in clusters of several skulls, and aurochs bucrania, the plastered skulls with attached horns, formed the primary decorative and ritual focus of the house interior. What the aurochs meant to the people of Çatalhöyük, and what the specific ceremonies conducted in the presence of the mounted skulls involved, is one of the site's central unresolved mysteries. Fact 65, the Voynich Manuscript's plants, a garden of the impossible. The botanical section of the Voynich Manuscript, the largest single section of the text, occupying approximately 130 of its 240 pages, and consisting of illustrations of plants accompanied by text, in a format that superficially resembles the medieval herbal manuscripts that were among the most common book types of the period, is the section that most directly confronts the fundamental mystery of the document. Not merely the unreadability of its text, but the impossibility of its illustrations. The plants depicted in the Voynich botanical section do not correspond to any identified plant species, living or extinct. This is not a matter of stylistic abstraction or artistic limitation. Medieval botanical manuscripts routinely depicted plants in highly stylized forms that are nevertheless identifiable as specific species, but of fundamental botanical impossibility. The Voynich plants combine features of different plant families in ways that do not occur in nature. Roots of one type attached to stems of another, leaves of one family combined with flowers of a third, fruits that belong to no known botanical category. They are not simplified representations of real plants. They are either invented plants, plants from a tradition of botanical knowledge entirely different from any known European or Asian system, or in the most tantalizing interpretation, representations of plants seen and described by someone whose botanical framework was so different from any known tradition that the resulting illustrations appear impossible from within any known frame of reference. Several researchers have proposed that the Voynich botanical illustrations represent New World plants, species from the Americas that would have been unknown to European botanists before 1492 CE, and that a pre-Columbian or early colonial manuscript might have depicted in a form unfamiliar to European readers. Specific plants proposed as Voynich originals include various New World species of agave, capsicum, and other plants, whose forms have superficial similarities to specific Voynich illustrations. This hypothesis has not been convincingly established. The specific parallels proposed are typically vague enough to be coincidental, and the dating of the manuscript to the early 15th century predates Columbus's voyages by decades. The garden of the Voynich manuscript contains approximately 113 plants that grow nowhere on Earth. Whether they are the products of imagination, of a lost botanical tradition, of a coded representation of real plants, or of something else entirely that no one has yet thought to consider, the garden keeps its secrets behind its unreadable text. Fact 66, the ancient harbors of Caesarea, engineering beneath the waves. The submerged harbor of Caesarea Maritima, the ancient port city on the Mediterranean coast of modern Israel, built by the Judean king Herod the Great between approximately 22 and 10 BCE, and incorporating a harbor constructed from a specific concrete technology, hydraulic concrete, capable of hardening and strengthening underwater, that represented the most advanced marine engineering of the ancient world and whose specific material properties, studied by modern engineers and geologists, have revealed a level of chemical and structural sophistication that continues to generate genuine scientific interest and genuine mystery about the specific knowledge that Roman period builders possessed, is one of the most scientifically interesting of the world's ancient engineering achievements. The harbour of Caesarea was built using a concrete formed from a mixture of Roman pozzolanic ash, lime, and seawater, a formulation that, when the concrete was placed underwater, underwent a chemical reaction with the seawater that produced a mineral called tobermorite in the concrete's microstructure, progressively strengthening the material over time rather than weakening it. Modern concrete placed underwater typically degrades within decades. The Roman hydraulic concrete of Caesarea, 2,000 years old, has in some samples become stronger than when it was first placed. The 2017 study of Roman harbor concrete, published in the journal American Mineralogist by a team led by Marie Jackson of the University of California, Berkeley, found that the specific mineral structures formed in the ancient concrete, particularly the aluminous tobermorite crystals and the philipsite zeolite that grow within the concrete matrix in seawater, represent a material whose specific synthesis has not been replicated by modern materials science. The ancient Romans did not understand the chemistry of what they were making. They had learned through centuries of empirical practice that mixing pozzolanic ash from the volcanic region around Rome with lime and seawater produced a material that hardened in the sea and lasted, and they used it to build the most durable marine infrastructure in the history of the ancient world. The harbour of Caesarea is 2,000 years old. It is still there, beneath the Mediterranean water, stronger than when it was built. Modern materials scientists are still trying to understand exactly why. Fact 67, the plain of megalithic statues, San Agustin, Colombia. The San Agustin Archaeological Park, the complex of pre-Columbian burial mounds and megalithic statues, distributed across the mountainous headwaters of the Magdalena River in the Huila department of southwestern Colombia, produced by an unknown culture between approximately 100 and 800 CE, and constituting the largest group of pre-Columbian religious monuments in South America. It's one of the most remarkable and least known of the world's ancient sculptural traditions. A collection of more than 500 stone statues of extraordinary variety and expressive power, ranging from small figures less than a meter high to monolithic works more than 4 meters tall, depicting supernatural beings, shamanic transformations, warriors, and composite human-animal figures whose specific iconographic meaning has not been fully decoded by the modern scholarship that studies them. The statues of San Agustin are distinguished from other pre-Columbian sculptural traditions by the specific quality of their imagery. Where the Olmec heads present idealized portraits and the Easter Island moai present a single repetitive canonical form, the San Agustin statues display an extraordinary variety of iconographic types: fanged supernatural beings, figures holding decapitated heads, shamanic transformation figures with jaguar and eagle features superimposed on human bodies, and abstract geometric forms whose specific meaning within the culture's cosmological system is unknown. Many of the statues served as guardian figures for burial mounds, positioned at the entrances to underground burial chambers as protectors of the dead, and the specific supernatural beings they depict appear to represent entities of the indigenous Colombian cosmological world, whose traditions were disrupted by Spanish conquest before they could be systematically recorded. The specific culture that produced the San Agustin statues, their language, their political organization, their specific religious beliefs, and their relationship to the other cultures of the Colombian highlands is essentially unknown. They left no writing. Their material culture, beyond the statues and burial goods, is incompletely studied. And the traditions of the indigenous communities that are the biological descendants of the statue builders were so thoroughly disrupted by the 16th century Spanish conquest that the specific knowledge that would allow the statue's imagery to be fully interpreted has been largely lost. 500 stone faces in the Colombian mountains, each one a specific statement about the supernatural world, and we have lost the language in which the statement was made. Fact 68, the Winchester Mystery House, a building as obsession. The Winchester Mystery House, the Victorian mansion in San Jose, California, built and continuously expanded between 1884 and 1922 CE by Sarah Winchester, the widow of William Wirt Winchester of the Winchester Repeating Arms Company, and consisting at the time of her death of approximately 160 rooms, 2,000 doors, 10,000 windows, 40 bedrooms, 13 bathrooms, 6 kitchens, 40 staircases. Several staircases leading directly into ceilings, doors opening onto sheer drops, and a general spatial organization of deliberate disorientation, is the most famous example of a building designed not according to any functional or aesthetic logic that the outside world has been able to fully reconstruct. and whose specific purpose and meaning in its builder's private cosmological framework remains genuinely and perhaps permanently mysterious. Sarah Winchester began building what would become the Mystery House after the deaths of her infant daughter in 1866 CE and her husband in 1881 CE, and she continued building without interruption for 38 years until her own death in 1922 CE. The popular legend holds that she consulted a spiritualist medium following these deaths and was told that she was haunted by the spirits of all those killed by Winchester rifles, that to protect herself from their vengeance she must build continuously, never stopping construction, for if she stopped building the spirits would claim her. Whether Sarah Winchester believed this literally, or whether the building served a different purpose in her inner life, is unknown. She left no diary and gave no interviews about her motivations. What is certain is that the building's specific architectural features, the stairs to nowhere, the doors opening onto drops, the rooms within rooms, the non-Euclidean spatial organization, were not the product of incompetent construction, but of deliberate design. Sarah Winchester employed skilled craftsmen and supervised every detail of the construction personally. The staircase that descends to a ceiling, the door that opens onto a two-story drop to the kitchen below, the cabinet that opens to reveal a half-inch shallow shelf in a wall, these were built with precision. They were intended. What they were intended to mean or to do remains the Winchester Mystery House's deepest mystery. A building is a statement about how its builder understood space, order, and the relationship between the human interior and the world outside. The Winchester Mystery House is a statement in a language that died with its author. Fact 69, the Nazca Lines from above, the first aerial view. The moment at which the full scope of the Nazca Lines first became visible to outside observers, the specific event that transformed the Nazca figures from a local curiosity known only to the people of the Peruvian coastal valleys into a global phenomenon that would generate decades of scientific investigation, popular fascination, and alternative history theorizing, occurred in 1927 CE when the Peruvian pilot and archaeologist Toribio Mejia Zesp, flying over the Nazca Plateau in a small aircraft, looked down and saw for the first time the full extent of the geoglyph complex spread across the desert below him. The discovery had a specific transformative quality that distinguished it from most archaeological finds. The Nazca Lines had not been hidden. They had been lying in plain sight on the surface of the desert for approximately 2,000 years, visible to anyone who walked across the plateau surface, which the local people did regularly, using the straight lines as pathways. What had been missing was not access to the lines, but the altitude required to comprehend their true scale and their figurative content. The first aerial view did not reveal what had been concealed. It provided the perspective required to see what had always been visible. This specific quality of the discovery, the transformation of perception through altitude rather than the excavation of something buried, is one of the most philosophically resonant features of the Nazca Lines as a mystery. It poses the question of how many other things in the world are like the Nazca Lines, present, visible, and incomprehensible at ground level, but transformed into meaning by a shift of perspective that changes not the evidence but the angle of the eye looking at it. The history of the Nazca Lines since 1927 CE is a history of successive shifts in perspective. Each new analytical technique, each new aerial or satellite technology, each new theoretical framework providing a different altitude from which to look at the same desert surface, and each revealing features and relationships that the previous perspective had not been able to see. The lines themselves have not changed. It is the human capacity to look at them that has changed, and continues to change with each new satellite pass over the Peruvian desert. Fact 70, the mysteries at 70, 30 facts from the end. 70 facts into the story of the world's oldest mysteries, 30 facts from the end, and the shape of the human encounter with the unknown is fully visible in all its dimensions. We have moved through mysteries of place, Stonehenge, Göbekli Tepe, Easter Island, Angkor, and mysteries of object, the Antikythera Mechanism, the Voynich Manuscript, the Phaistos disc. We have navigated mysteries of people, the Minoans, the Sanxingdui, the builders of San Agustin, and mysteries of method, the walking moe, the hydraulic concrete of Caesarea, the precision of the Nazca hummingbird drawn without aerial observation. We have distinguished genuine mysteries from manufactured ones, and found that the genuine ones are the more extraordinary. 30 facts remain. They will carry us to the final mysteries, the encoded messages and the astronomical alignments and the lost technologies, and the places where the human past is still being uncovered from the earth by new eyes with new tools. And they will carry us toward the question that all 100 facts are ultimately building toward. What do these mysteries, taken together, tell us about the range of human possibility and the depth of the human past? The answer, it is becoming clear, is this. The past was larger, more sophisticated, more various, and more connected than any single generation's model of it has been adequate to contain. Every decade of archaeological investigation has expanded the known world of the ancient past. Every new tool, the sonar that revealed Angkor, the LiDAR that found the hidden cities in the Amazon, the satellite imaging that doubled the inventory of the Nazca Lines, has shown that what we knew was a fraction of what was there. The mystery of the ancient world is not a fixed quantity that investigation is gradually reducing. It is an expanding horizon that recedes as we approach it, always revealing more than the previous view allowed us to see. 30 facts from the end, the horizon is still moving. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 71, the Nazca Lines and the condor, a bird at the edge of the sky. The condor geoglyph of the Nazca Plateau, a figure approximately 135 meters across depicting the Andean condor with its wings fully extended, its head turned to one side in the characteristic posture of a soaring bird catching a thermal, and its wingtips curving upward in the subtle way that real condors curve their primary feathers to maintain control at altitude, is widely considered the most technically accomplished of all the individual Nazca figurative geoglyphs. A drawing that captures the specific posture and the specific aerodynamic adaptations of the world's largest soaring bird with a naturalistic accuracy that required either direct and careful observation from a position close enough to see the bird's individual feather positions, or a tradition of artistic representation so refined that the specific details of flight mechanics were encoded in the conventional iconographic form. The Andean condor, Vultur gryphus, was one of the most sacred animals in the cosmological world of the pre-Columbian Andes. Its wingspan of approximately 3 meters, its ability to soar effortlessly at altitudes of 5,000 meters or more, and its behavior as a primary scavenger that consumed the dead and converted them into the energy of continued flight, gave it a specific cosmological role as the mediator between the world of the living and the world of the dead, the being that literally incorporated the departed and carried their energy upward into the sky world. In Andean cosmological thinking, the condor was associated with the Hanan Pacha, the upper world of the divine, and its flight was understood as a demonstration of the power of the sacred realm that human beings inhabited only briefly and incompletely. The condor's presence at Nazca, in a drawing of such accuracy and scale that it can only be fully appreciated from the altitude at which the condor itself soars, creates one of the most resonant images in all of the world's ancient art, a representation of the being that mediates between earth and sky, drawn at a scale visible only from the sky, in a place where the sky presses down on the desert with the particular intimacy of high altitude. Whether the Nazca people intended the condor figure to be seen by the bird itself, by the gods who inhabited the sky, or by no human eye at all, whether the making of the image was itself the act of devotion, independent of any audience, is a question that the desert does not answer. The condor still soars above the Nazca Plateau today, the same species, at the same altitudes, in the same thermal patterns that the Nazca artists observed 2,000 years ago. If it looks down, it sees its own image in the desert below, still perfectly preserved, still waiting. Fact 72, the underwater ruins of Yucatan, cenotes and the Maya underworld. The cenotes of the Yucatan Peninsula, the natural sinkholes that punctuate the limestone surface of the Maya lowlands, formed by the collapse of underground cave systems into the vast subterranean river network that flows beneath the flat Yucatan karst landscape, and that served as the primary freshwater sources for the Maya cities built on the otherwise waterless limestone plain, were for the classic Maya civilization not merely practical water sources, but sacred portals to the underworld. Openings in the surface of the earth through which the realm of the dead, the Xibalba, could be accessed, and into which offerings, sacrifices, and ultimately human beings were cast as gifts to the lords of the underworld and as supplications for rain. The archaeological investigation of the cenotes, conducted through cave diving by teams of archaeologists and specialist underwater explorers over several decades, and producing a body of evidence that continues to expand with every new diving season, has revealed the extent of Maya's ceremonial use of the underwater world with a specificity and a physical intimacy that surface archaeology cannot approach. In the cenote of Chichen Itzá, known as the Sacred Cenote or the Well of Sacrifice, systematic dredging conducted in the early 20th century and subsequent diving investigations have recovered more than 30,000 objects cast into the water over a period of approximately 1,000 years. Jade ornaments, gold discs, copper bells, pottery, rubber balls, and the skeletal remains of more than 200 human individuals, including a significant number of children, who were offered to the rain deity Chark in times of drought. The submerged cave systems connected to the Yucatan cenotes extend for hundreds of kilometers beneath the limestone plain, the longest known underwater cave system in the world, with more than 360 kilometers of mapped passages and new sections still being discovered by cave divers pushing into previously unexplored territory. Within these underwater passages, archaeologists have found the remains of Pleistocene megafauna, giant sloths, mastodons, horses that lived in the caves when sea levels were lower and the caves were dry, alongside the skeletal remains of some of the earliest human inhabitants of the Americas, dating to more than 12,000 years ago. The cenotes hold the oldest human remains in the Americas and the most recent Maya ceremonial offerings in the same water system. The underground river that flows beneath the Yucatan carries the entire span of human presence in the New World in its current. Fact 73. The longevity of ancient dyes, colors that should not have survived. The question of how the ancient world achieved specific colors in textiles, wall paintings, and decorative objects, and why some of those colors have survived for thousands of years in conditions that should, by the chemistry of organic pigment degradation, have destroyed them long ago, is one of the most practically engaging of the ancient world's technical mysteries. A question whose investigation by modern chemists and materials scientists has repeatedly produced surprises about the specific sophistication of ancient color-making knowledge and about the mechanisms by which that knowledge was preserved, transmitted, and eventually lost. The most celebrated example of an ancient color whose specific chemical formulation defeated understanding for more than a century after its rediscovery is Maya blue, the remarkable pigment used extensively in classic Maya wall paintings, pottery, and the coating of sacrificial objects thrown into cenotes that displays a resistance to chemical degradation, biological attack, and physical weathering so extreme that it has survived for more than 1,000 years in conditions that destroy every other known organic and most inorganic pigments. Maya blue is visible in paintings at Chichen Itzá, in the Bonampak murals, and coating the skeletal remains of sacrificial victims from the sacred cenote, unchanged in color intensity after a millennium of underwater submersion that would dissolve conventional pigments entirely. The chemical basis of Maya blue's extraordinary stability was not understood until 1967 CE, when the chemist Domingo Mosbar identified it as a specific hybrid material, a combination of the mineral palygorskite clay and the organic blue pigment indigo, in which the indigo molecules are physically incorporated into the crystal structure of the clay in a way that protects them from the chemical reactions that would normally degrade organic pigments. The specific synthesis process that produces this stable hybrid, combining indigo and palygorskite in the correct proportions and heating the mixture to the correct temperature, was independently rediscovered by modern chemists only after decades of investigation. The Maya had mastered it more than 1,000 years earlier, producing a color whose specific properties they may not have been able to explain in chemical terms, but whose practical formulation they transmitted through generations of craft practice. The full extent of the lost color knowledge of the ancient world, the specific pigment formulations, dyeing techniques, and mordanting methods that produced colors in ancient textiles, wall paintings, and decorative objects that no modern chemist has yet successfully replicated, is one of the least celebrated and most practically significant of all the technical mysteries of the ancient past. Fact 74. The Pyramids of Meroe, Africa's Forgotten Skyline. The Pyramids of Meroe, the collection of more than 200 pyramidal royal tombs built between approximately 300 BCE and 350 CE on the east bank of the Nile in modern Sudan, by the rulers of the Kushite kingdom of Meroe, and constituting the largest collection of pyramid structures in the world by number, are among the most visually dramatic and most systematically overlooked of all the world's ancient monuments. A skyline of steep, narrow pyramids rising from the Sudanese desert, in clusters that have been compared by every traveler who has seen them to a civilization's needle pointing at the sky, yet that remain almost entirely absent from the popular consciousness of ancient wonders that gives such prominence to the larger but fewer pyramids of Giza. The Meroitic pyramids differ from their Egyptian predecessors in several immediately visible respects. They are steeper, with angles of approximately 65 to 70 degrees compared to the Egyptian pyramids approximately 51 degrees, making them narrower and more needle-like in profile. They are smaller. The largest of the Meroitic royal pyramids reaches approximately 30 meters in height, compared to the Great Pyramid's 138. And they are more numerous. The cemeteries at Meroe, Nuri, and El Kuru together contain more than 250 individual pyramid structures, built over a period of approximately 600 years as the royal burial tradition of the Kushite kings and queens. The Kushite civilization of Meroe was one of the most powerful states in ancient Africa, a kingdom that conquered and governed Egypt itself for approximately a century between 747 and 656 BCE, during the period of the 25th dynasty, when Kushite pharaohs ruled the entire Nile Valley from Meroe to the Mediterranean. The Meroitic rulers adopted the Egyptian pharaonic tradition, including pyramid burial, as an expression of their claim to the pharaonic legacy, and continued building pyramids for 3 centuries after the Egyptian pyramid-building tradition itself had ended. The Meroitic script, the writing system used for the Meroitic language throughout the Kushite kingdom, has been partially deciphered. The phonetic values of most signs are known, but the language itself remains ununderstood because no bilingual text has been found that would allow the meaning of the decoded sounds to be determined. The Meroitic inscriptions in the pyramid chapels can be read aloud. What they say cannot be understood. Fact 75. The Despilio Tablet, Europe's oldest writing. The Despilio Tablet, a small wooden tablet recovered in 1993 CE from the bed of Lake Castoria in northern Greece, from the site of a Neolithic lake dwelling, occupied approximately 5500 to 5200 BCE, and bearing a series of incised marks whose regular arrangement has led some researchers to propose that it represents the earliest known example of writing in Europe. Predating the Sumerian cuneiform and Egyptian hieroglyphic scripts by approximately 2,000 years, is one of the most contested and most cautiously treated artifacts in the archaeology of European prehistory. An object whose potential significance is so great that mainstream scholarship has been reluctant to make strong claims in either direction until the evidence can be more fully evaluated. The specific marks on the Despilio tablet, a series of incised lines, angles, and curve combinations arranged in what appears to be a deliberate sequence, are sufficiently ambiguous to sustain both the interpretation that they represent a proto-writing or record-keeping system, and the interpretation that they are decorative marks or owner's marks of the kind found on pottery and other objects throughout the Neolithic world that do not constitute writing in the formal sense. The tablet was dated by radiocarbon analysis to approximately 5260 BCE, a date that is considered reliable, but the specific meaning of the marks, and whether they encode linguistic information in any form, has not been established. The Despilio tablet is connected in some researchers' minds to the broader phenomenon of the Vinča symbols, a collection of incised marks found on pottery and figurines from the Vinča culture of the Central Balkans, dating from approximately 5700 to 4500 BCE, that has been proposed by some researchers as a proto-writing system predating the Near Eastern scripts. The mainstream position is that the Vinča symbols, like the Despilio marks, are pre-writing symbolic systems, meaningful marks that encode information, but do not represent language in the specific sense required for true writing. The distinction between a symbolic system and a writing system is real but not always easy to draw from the evidence of marks alone. If the Despilio tablet does represent writing, then the history of human literacy is significantly longer and significantly more geographically distributed than the conventional narrative of Near Eastern origins allows. The tablet sits in the Archaeological Museum of Thessaloniki, its marks incised 5,200 years before anyone living today, waiting for an interpretation that scholarship has not yet been willing to commit to. Fact 76. The ancient astronomical computer, Antikythera's siblings. The Antikythera Mechanism, whose discovery, analysis, and gradual decipherment over more than a century has established it as the most sophisticated mechanical device known from the ancient world, raises a question that is in some ways more unsettling than the mechanism itself. If a device of this mechanical sophistication existed in the ancient Greek world of the 1st century BCE, why is it the only one? Where are the other ancient astronomical computers, the other complex geared mechanisms, the other products of the engineering tradition that clearly produced the Antikythera mechanism, but left no other physical evidence of its existence? The absence of comparable devices from the ancient archaeological record has been explained in several ways, none of which is entirely satisfying. The most practical explanation is material. The Antikythera mechanism survived because it was on a ship that sank in deep water, protecting it from the recycling that was the normal fate of metal objects in the ancient world. Bronze was an extraordinarily valuable material in antiquity. It was melted and recast whenever the objects made from it were no longer needed. The entire production of ancient bronze craftsmanship, from weapons to sculpture to complex mechanical devices, was continuously recycled, and the specific accident that preserved the Antikythera mechanism, the sinking of its transport ship in a location where it remained undisturbed for 2,000 years, was precisely the kind of preservation that the ancient recycling economy normally prevented. Ancient literary sources do in fact describe complex mechanical devices that parallel the Antikythera Mechanism's astronomical functions. Cicero, writing in the 1st century BCE, describes two devices made by Archimedes of Syracuse, a globe and a planetarium mechanism, that displayed the motions of the sun, moon, and planets. The Roman writer Claudian describes similar devices. Archimedes lived approximately a century before the Antikythera Mechanism was built, suggesting that the device's engineering tradition was at least a century old when the ship that carried it sank off Antikythera. The Antikythera Mechanism is not an anomaly. It is the sole surviving example of a class of objects that the ancient literary record describes as existing, but that the material record has almost entirely failed to preserve. It is a window into a technological tradition that was real, was functional, and was lost, not because it was never developed, but because the material in which it was developed was too valuable to survive. Fact 77. The city beneath the city, Rome's ancient underground. The underground of Rome, the vast network of tunnels, catacombs, ancient foundations, buried aqueducts, Mithraic temples, and layer upon layer of superimposed occupation that extends beneath the modern city to depths of 15 meters or more in some areas, and that constitutes one of the richest and most complex archaeological deposits in the world, contains within it some of the most genuinely mysterious spaces in European archaeology. Spaces built for purposes whose specific meaning within the religious and social life of the ancient city is only partially understood, whose physical extent has not been fully mapped, and whose contents continue to yield discoveries of major significance as new excavation and survey work penetrates layers that had not been accessed since antiquity. The Mithraic temples, the Mithraea, that are distributed throughout the underground of Rome are among the most archaeologically intriguing of the city's subterranean spaces. Mithraism, the mystery religion centered on the figure of Mithras slaying the cosmic bull, was the most widely practiced religion in the Roman military and among the artisan and merchant classes of the 1st through 4th centuries CE, a religion whose initiatory character, whose requirement of secrecy, and whose exclusively male membership gave it a specific social function in Roman urban life that the official state cults did not fill. The Mithraea were built in basements, in natural caves, in the underground spaces beneath larger buildings, deliberately subterranean, deliberately removed from the light and air of the public city above, creating an artificial cave environment that replicated the specific sacred geography of the Mithras myth. The specific theology and the specific initiatory practices of Mithraism were never written down in any text that survived. The religion's requirement of secrecy was apparently so thoroughly maintained that no Mithraic text of doctrinal significance has ever been found. Everything known about Mithraism, the sequence of initiatory grades, the specific mythological narrative of Mithras slaying the bull, the astronomical symbolism that has led some scholars to interpret Mithraism as an astronomical mystery religion, has been reconstructed from the physical evidence of the Mithraea themselves. The reliefs of the tauroctony, the depicted ritual banquets, the astronomical symbols carved into the walls of the underground temples. The underground of Rome contains a religion that practiced its mysteries for 3 centuries in the heart of the ancient world's greatest city, and left no explanation of what it believed. Fact 78. The Rapa Nui collapse, ecocide or European contact. The collapse of the Easter Island civilization, the specific process by which the sophisticated Moai building culture that had developed on Rapa Nui over approximately 1,000 years, declined into the dramatically impoverished and conflicted society that the Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen encountered when he arrived on Easter Day 1722 CE. Finding a population of perhaps 2,000 to 3,000 people living in conditions of apparent scarcity, on an island that the evidence of its own archaeology shows had once supported a flourishing civilization, is one of the most intensively debated collapses in the history of any pre-industrial civilization, and the specific narrative most widely known to the general public, the story of ecological self-destruction. Of a people who cut down their own forest and destroyed their own resource base in the service of statue building, has been substantially challenged by recent scholarship. The ecocide narrative, popularized above all by the geographer Jared Diamond in his 2005 book Collapse, proposed that the Rapa Nui people had progressively deforested their island in the process of building and transporting the Moai, cutting down the trees needed for log rollers and rope production, and that this deforestation caused soil erosion, agricultural collapse, and ultimately a catastrophic population crash accompanied by warfare, cannibalism, and the violent toppling of the Moai. This narrative was compelling, morally instructive, and, in the specific detail of the population crash before European contact, increasingly questioned by the archaeological evidence. The The revisionist scholarship, associated most prominently with the archaeologists Carl Lipo and Terry Hunt, argues that the population crash on Rapa Nui occurred not before European contact, but as a direct result of it, specifically as a result of the devastating epidemics that swept through the island's population following Roggeveen's 1722 visit and the subsequent raids by Peruvian slave traders in 1862 CE, who carried off approximately a third of the surviving population to work in South American mines. In this interpretation, the society Roggeveen encountered was not the remnant of a civilization that had already collapsed, but a still functioning, if reduced, society that would be effectively destroyed in the following century by the specific catastrophe of European contact. The Moai were not toppled in internal warfare. They were toppled, the evidence now suggests, after European contact, in the context of the social disruption that followed epidemic disease and slave raiding. The statues fell not because the civilization that built them destroyed itself, but because the civilization that built them was destroyed from outside. Fact 79, the secret of the Coral Castle, one man's impossible monument. Coral Castle, the collection of large coral rock sculptures, walls and structures, built single-handedly between 1923 and 1951 CE by the Latvian-American eccentric Edward Leedskalnin on a plot of land in Homestead, Florida, and comprising approximately 1,100 tons of coral limestone carved and assembled into towers, walls, a sundial, a working telescope. A 2-ton stone gate balanced so precisely on a central pin that it can be opened with a single finger, and a series of astronomical features aligned to the solstices and equinoxes, is the most famous example of a 20th century construction mystery, a modern monument built by a single individual using methods that no one who observed him ever fully understood, and that he himself described only in the most cryptic and elusive terms. Edward Leedskalnin was a small man, approximately 1.5 meters tall and weighing approximately 50 kilograms, who worked only at night alone and who covered his work site with canvas screens that prevented observation of his construction techniques. Neighbors and curious visitors who attempted to watch him work reported seeing nothing unusual, Leedskalnin moving and positioning stones that weighed several tons, apparently without mechanical assistance beyond the most basic pulleys and tripods, in the same way that a normal person might move furniture. No one documented seeing him use any technology that would explain how a single small man moved and positioned 1,100 tons of coral limestone over 28 years. Leedskalnin himself, when asked how he accomplished his construction, gave answers that mixed practical common sense with deliberate mystification. He claimed to understand the secret of the pyramids and to have rediscovered how the ancient Egyptians moved large stones. He wrote several self-published pamphlets on magnetism and electricity that are coherent in some respects and cryptic in others, and that have been interpreted by alternative history enthusiasts as encoding a secret anti-gravity or magnetic levitation technology. The specific engineering principles used to build Coral Castle have been analyzed by mechanical engineers who have concluded that the construction, while extraordinary for a single individual, is achievable through the systematic application of basic mechanical principles, levers, pulleys, and carefully chosen pivot points that are consistent with Leedskalnin's documented equipment. Coral Castle is a genuine mystery in the most human sense, a monument built by one person in secret for reasons rooted in a private world of loss and obsession, using methods ordinary enough in principle and extraordinary enough in practice that 30 years of neighbors watching from a distance could not fully account for them. Fact 80, the mysteries at 80, 20 facts from the end. 80 facts into the story of the world's oldest mysteries, 20 facts from the end, and the full texture of the human relationship to the unknown is spread before us in all its variety. We have visited the underwater cenotes of the Maya and the steep pyramids of Meroe and the subterranean Mithraea of Rome, where a complete religious tradition practiced its mysteries for 3 centuries without leaving a single doctrinal text. We have examined the color chemistry of the ancient world and found a pigment that modern science could not replicate for decades. We have sat with the Despilio tablet and its ambiguous marks, and with the Antikythera Mechanism and the ghost of its lost engineering tradition. We have heard the revised story of the Rapa Nui collapse and found that the ecocide narrative, however morally satisfying, does not fit the evidence as well as the story of destruction from outside. 20 facts remain. They will carry us to the final mysteries, the ones that bring the entire journey into focus, that connect the stone circles and the underwater cities and the unreadable scripts to the specific question of what the study of ancient mysteries ultimately gives us. Not answers necessarily, but a specific quality of attention, a specific humility before the vastness of the human past, and a specific wonder at the range of what human beings have been capable of when they cared about something enough to build it in stone. The unknown is not the enemy of understanding, it is its most productive condition. 20 facts from the end. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 81. The Göbekli Circle, Europe's oldest solar observatory. The Göbekli Circle, the Neolithic circular enclosure, discovered in 1991 CE during an aerial survey of agricultural fields near the town of Göbekli in the Saxony-Anhalt region of modern Germany, excavated between 2002 and 2004 CE, and dated to approximately 4900 BCE, is the oldest known solar observatory in the world. A structure built approximately 7,000 years ago, whose specific architectural features encode a precise astronomical alignment with the rising and setting sun at the winter solstice, demonstrating that the systematic observation of the solar cycle and the deliberate construction of architectural instruments for tracking it began in Central Europe at least 2,000 years before Stonehenge and more than 3,000 years before the Egyptian pyramids. The physical form of the Göbekli Circle, a series of concentric circular ditches and wooden palisades approximately 75 meters in diameter, pierced by 3 sets of gates positioned at specific points around the circumference, was reconstructed from the post holes and ditch traces preserved in the soil. The most significant feature of the reconstruction is the position of the 3 gate sets. 1 faces north and 2 face southeast and southwest, respectively. The southeast and southwest gates are positioned precisely to frame the rising and setting sun on the day of the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, admitting a view of the solstice sunrise through the southeast gate and the solstice sunset through the southwest gate simultaneously from the center of the circle. The precision of this alignment, achievable only through sustained and systematic observation of the solar cycle over a period of years, demonstrates that the Neolithic farming communities of Central Europe possessed an organized astronomical knowledge tradition of considerable sophistication at least 7,000 years ago. The Göbekli Circle appears to have been used not only as an astronomical instrument, but as a ceremonial gathering place. Animal bones and human remains found within the enclosure suggest feasting and ritual activity associated with the solstice ceremonies, connecting the astronomical function of the site to the agricultural and religious life of the community that built and used it. The Göbekli Circle is one of more than 200 similar circular enclosures, the rondels, identified across Central Europe from the same general period, suggesting that the practice of constructing circular astronomical observatories was widespread across a large area of Neolithic Europe and represented a shared cultural and intellectual tradition rather than a local innovation. The full geographical and chronological extent of this tradition is still being mapped from the aerial survey evidence that continues to reveal new sites beneath European agricultural fields. Fact 82. The Antikythera shipwreck. What else was on the ship? The Antikythera shipwreck, the Roman-era merchant vessel that sank in approximately 60 to 70 BCE off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera in approximately 55 meters of water, and whose cargo of luxury goods recovered by Greek sponge divers beginning in 1900 CE included the Antikythera Mechanism, bronze and marble statues of extraordinary quality, glassware, pottery, jewelry, and coins, is one of the most archaeologically significant shipwrecks ever discovered, and its continued investigation using modern underwater excavation technology has repeatedly demonstrated that the initial recoveries of the early 20th century captured only a fraction of what the wreck contains. The cargo recovered from the Antikythera wreck in the early dives of 1900 and 1901 CE included bronze statues, among them the extraordinary life-sized bronze figure of a young man known as the Antikythera Youth, now in the Athens National Archaeological Museum, and marble sculpture of the highest quality, suggesting that the ship was carrying a cargo of art objects of enormous value, possibly looted from Greek sanctuaries by Roman commanders and being transported to Rome. The scale and quality of the art cargo raises the question of what kind of ship was carrying it, for whom, and why the Antikythera Mechanism, a precision astronomical calculator of the highest technical sophistication, was among its passengers or cargo. The Return to Antikythera project, a collaborative underwater excavation effort that has been conducting systematic investigation of the wreck site since 2014 CE using technical diving, remotely operated vehicles, and an underwater exosuit that allows a diver to work at depth for extended periods, has already recovered significant new finds from beneath the sediment that had protected them for 2,000 years. A bronze spear arm, bronze furniture fittings, a human skeleton whose DNA has been successfully extracted and analyzed, and numerous pottery fragments whose analysis is providing new information about the ship's origin and date. The project's directors believe that significant portions of the ship's cargo remain buried beneath the sediment of the Antikythera Channel, including, potentially, additional mechanical devices comparable to the Antikythera Mechanism, additional bronze sculpture, and inscribed objects that might identify the ship's owner, destination, and cargo. The wreck has been investigated for more than a century. Its full contents are still unknown. The mechanism was not alone on that ship. Fact 83. The Nazca Lines and the Rain, a desperate calculation. The most specific and most quantitatively supported version of the water hypothesis for the Nazca Lines, the proposal developed by the archaeologist David Johnson and subsequently expanded by the hydrologist Stephen Mabby, who conducted a systematic study of the relationship between the straight-line geoglyphs of the Nazca Plateau and the underground water channels that flow beneath the desert surface, provides the most precisely measurable connection between the lines and the hydraulic system of the Nazca people, a connection so consistent and so geographically specific that it has changed the way many researchers think about the fundamental purpose of the lines. Johnson and Mabby's study, published in 2002 CE, found that the straight lines of the Nazca Plateau, the long, precisely directed lines that extend for kilometers across the desert surface, without the figurative content of the animal and plant geoglyphs, follow the underground aquifer system of the Nazca region with a consistency that is statistically implausible as coincidence. The lines, they argue, were built along the paths of underground water flow, marking the subterranean channels that brought snowmelt water from the Andes through the porous rock of the desert plateau to the points where it could be accessed through the Puquio wells that the Nazca people constructed. The lines were not roads to water sources, but maps of water routes, markings on the surface of the desert that recorded the invisible hydraulic geography of the aquifer system below. If this interpretation is correct, the Nazca Lines are simultaneously an astronomical calendar, a ceremonial walking landscape, and a hydrological map, a document of the underground water system that made life possible in the driest inhabited desert on Earth, written on the desert's surface in the only permanent medium available to people without writing, the removal of dark stones to reveal the lighter ground beneath. The people of Nazca knew where the water was. They drew its path on the desert so that those who came after them would know too. Whether the drawing was also a prayer, an appeal to the rain gods to keep the water flowing, or whether it was a purely practical record of hydraulic geography, is a question about the specific relationship between practical knowledge and sacred practice in the Nazca world that the lines themselves do not definitively answer. Perhaps in the Nazca understanding, there was no meaningful distinction between the two. Fact 84. The Pyramid of the Moon, Blood and Stars at Teotihuacan. The Pyramid of the Moon at Teotihuacan, the smaller of the two great pyramids that anchor the northern end of the Avenue of the Dead, rising approximately 43 meters above the plaza that bears its name, and oriented to face the sacred mountain of Cerro Gordo that rises directly behind it on the northern horizon, has revealed through a series of tunneling excavations conducted between 1998 and 2004 CE, a sequence of sacrificial burials of extraordinary complexity and violence that have transformed the understanding of the specific ritual practices through which the Teotihuacan state constructed and maintained its political and cosmological authority. The tunnels excavated by a team led by the archaeologist Saburo Sugiyama penetrated the pyramid from its base inward to its earliest construction phases, revealing a series of burial chambers associated with successive phases of pyramid expansion that together document a ritual program of human and animal sacrifice conducted at each new building phase as a form of dedication offering. The burials include bound individuals, sacrificed in positions suggesting they were alive when placed in the chamber, accompanied by animal sacrifices including pumas, eagles, rat snakes, and wolves, all creatures of cosmological significance in the Teotihuacan religious system, and by rich assemblages of offerings including obsidian blades, shell ornaments, and carved figures representing military and sacrificial themes. The specific individuals buried in the Pyramid of the Moon dedication caches were not Teotihuacan locals. Isotopic analysis of their bone chemistry has established that they came from different regions of Mesoamerica, individuals whose distant origins suggest that they were captives taken in military campaigns conducted far from the city, brought to Teotihuacan specifically to be sacrificed in the pyramid's dedication ceremonies. The diversity of their origins implies a Teotihuacan military reach, extending across much of Mesoamerica at the height of the city's power, and a specific ritual logic in which the sacrifice of foreign captives at the pyramid's foundation was understood as incorporating the power of conquered peoples into the sacred structure of the city. The Pyramid of the Moon is oriented not only toward Cerro Gordo but, from certain positions on the Avenue of the Dead, toward the setting of the Pleiades at the specific time of year when the Teotihuacan ritual calendar required the most important ceremonies. The stars, the mountain, the pyramid, and the blood were a single system. Fact 85. The Linear A tablets, a civilization speaks in silence. The Linear A tablets, the approximately 1,500 inscribed clay tablets, and other objects bearing the undeciphered linear, a script used by the Minoan civilization of Bronze Age Crete between approximately 1800 and 1450 BCE for administrative record-keeping, and found primarily at the Minoan palace sites of Hagia Triada, Zakros, Malia, and Knossos. Represent the primary surviving body of Minoan written language and the central obstacle to any complete understanding of the civilization that produced them. A corpus of administrative documents in an unknown language written in a partially understood script, containing the economic and administrative life of the most sophisticated Bronze Age civilization in Europe, sealed behind a linguistic barrier that has resisted every attempt at decipherment for more than a century. The specific situation of Linear A is made both more tractable and more frustrating by its relationship to Linear B, the later Mycenaean Greek administrative script that Michael Ventris deciphered in 1952 CE, and that uses many of the same signs as Linear A, but records a completely different language. Because the phonetic values of Linear B signs are known, and because many Linear B signs derive from linear signs, the phonetic values of approximately half the Linear A signs can be tentatively determined by correspondence, allowing researchers to read the sounds of Linear A texts without understanding what those sounds mean. The result is a strange and poignant form of partial access. Linear A tablets can be read aloud, their syllables sounded out in a sequence that approximates the spoken Minoan language, without any of those syllables conveying meaning to the reader. Minoan words can be heard, in a sense, without being understood. Researchers have identified what appear to be Minoan personal names, place names, and commodity terms through their distribution in the tablet corpus and their parallel with the Linear B administrative tradition. But the grammatical structure, the vocabulary, and the underlying language family of Minoan remain essentially unknown. One of the most tantalizing features of the Linear A corpus is what it appears to contain: the administrative records of palace economies, the lists of agricultural produce, the records of craft production and distribution that together constitute the economic life of the Minoan palace system. The tablets are not literature or theology or history, they are receipts and inventories, and we cannot read them. Fact 86. The Easter Island statue's eyes, seeing the living. The eyes of the Easter Island moai, the specific feature of the statues whose significance was not understood by outside researchers until 1978 CE, when the archaeologist Sonia Heyer Cardinali and her colleagues discovered fragments of coral and red scoria at the base of one of the moai on the ceremonial platform of Ahu Now, and recognized them as the remains of the inlaid eyes that had once given the statues their completed form. Transformed the understanding of the moai in a single discovery from blind stone giants to beings with sight, figures whose eyes, made from white coral sclera and red volcanic rock or obsidian pupils, had once looked out over the island's landscape with an expression of animated presence that changes the entire emotional and cosmological meaning of the figures. The moai with eyes are fundamentally different objects from the moai without them. The eyeless moai, the form in which they are universally known in photographs and popular culture, the grey stone giants staring blankly at the horizon, convey a quality of brooding, inward-turned monumentality that fits the narrative of a collapsed civilization. The eyed moai, reconstructed from the Ahu Now fragments and now displayed in their completed form in the Easter Island Museum, are something else entirely. Figures of alert, outward-directed presence, their white and dark eyes giving them an expression of engaged watchfulness that transforms them from memorial monuments into active guardians. The specific cosmological function of the eyes in the Rapa Nui understanding of the moai was to activate the mana, the sacred spiritual power of the ancestor the statue represented. A moai without eyes was a dormant ancestor. A moai with eyes was an ancestor present and active in the world of the living, looking out from his platform across the land of his descendants, protecting them with the specific power of ancestral sight. The ceremonies of eye installation, the placing of the coral and obsidian eyes in the carved eye sockets of a newly erected moai, were among the most sacred and most carefully performed of all Rapa Nui rituals, because they were the moment at which stone became ancestor. When the moai were toppled after European contact, in the social disruption that followed epidemic and slave raiding, the eyes were removed first. The ancestors were blinded before they were thrown down. Fact 87. The Nazca Lines and Modern Threats, a Mystery Under Pressure. The Nazca Lines, the geoglyphs that have survived in the Peruvian desert for approximately 2,000 years, protected by the specific combination of extreme aridity, minimal wind erosion, and almost complete absence of rain that preserves the surface layer of the Nazca Plateau in a state of near-perfect stasis, are in the early 21st century facing a series of threats to their physical integrity that the specific conditions of modern development, mass tourism, illegal mining, and climate change have created with a speed and an intensity that the desert's natural preservation system is not designed to resist. The most dramatic single threat to the Nazca Lines in recent years was the damage caused in December 2014 CE by Greenpeace activists who illegally entered the restricted zone surrounding the hummingbird geoglyph to place a banner promoting renewable energy adjacent to the figure, in a stunt intended to draw attention to the UN climate conference then taking place in Lima. The activists' footprints, left in the fragile surface layer of the plateau, where each step disturbs the protective layer of dark pebbles that prevents wind erosion of the lighter ground beneath, were still clearly visible years after the incident, representing permanent damage to an irreplaceable surface that had survived 2,000 years before the intervention of well-intentioned environmental activists destroyed in a few minutes what climate change had not yet touched. Climate change itself poses a longer-term threat to the Nazca Plateau's preservation conditions. The extreme aridity that has protected the lines for 2 millennia is a product of the specific climatic conditions of the southern Peruvian coast, conditions that are changing as warming ocean temperatures alter the behavior of the Humboldt Current and the pattern of Pacific moisture that determines the Nazca region's rainfall. Any sustained increase in precipitation on the Nazca Plateau would accelerate the erosion of the geoglyph surface in ways that 2,000 years of near-zero rainfall has made the figures entirely unequipped to withstand. The lines survived the Nazca civilization, the Inca Empire, the Spanish conquest, and 4 centuries of colonial and post-colonial neglect. The specific threats of the 21st century are different in kind from everything that preceded them, and the question of whether the most distinctive landscape art in human history can survive the world that has finally learned to appreciate it is one of the most urgent conservation questions in the archaeology of the ancient world. Fact 88. The Great Pyramid's Hidden Chambers, what muon imaging found. The Great Pyramid of Giza, the largest and most precisely constructed of the 3 Giza pyramids, built approximately 4,500 years ago as the tomb of the pharaoh Khufu, standing approximately 138 meters in height and containing an estimated 2.3 million stone blocks averaging approximately 2.5 tons each, has been the subject of more internal investigation than perhaps any other ancient monument, explored, mapped, measured, and theorized about by generations of archaeologists, engineers, physicists, and enthusiastic amateurs since the earliest systematic investigations of the 19th century. And yet, as recently as 2017 CE, it yielded a discovery of major significance that none of the preceding investigations had detected: a large, previously unknown void within the pyramid's internal structure, discovered not through excavation or drilling, but through the non-invasive technique of muon tomography. Muon tomography, the use of cosmic ray muons, subatomic particles produced by the interaction of cosmic rays with the Earth's atmosphere that penetrate dense materials, but are absorbed at rates dependent on the material's density, to image the internal structure of large objects from outside without any physical penetration, was applied to the Great Pyramid in 2015 and 2016 CE by a team from the Scam Pyramids project. An international collaboration of researchers from France, Japan, Canada, and Egypt using several different muon detection technologies. The analysis of the muon data, published in the journal Nature in November 2017 CE, identified a large void above the Grand Gallery, the impressive corbelled corridor that leads to the King's Chamber, with dimensions roughly comparable to those of the Grand Gallery itself and oriented parallel to it. The discovery of the void, which the Scam Pyramids team called the Big Void, does not constitute an explanation of what it contains or what it was built for. It is a large empty space in a monument that was designed to contain specific rooms and passages for specific purposes, and its existence was unknown for 4,500 years. Whether it is a construction void built to relieve stress on the Grand Gallery ceiling, a previously unknown chamber of religious or funerary significance, or something else entirely that the architecture of the pyramid does not yet allow us to determine, is a question that the muon data cannot answer, and that non-invasive investigation alone may never fully resolve. The Great Pyramid has been studied for 2 centuries. It has a room we did not know about. The oldest and most studied monument in the world is still keeping secrets. Fact 89. The ancient city of Cahokia, North America's forgotten metropolis. Cahokia, the pre-Columbian city located on the floodplain of the Mississippi River, approximately 13 kilometers east of modern St. Louis, Missouri, occupied from approximately 600 CE and reaching its peak population of between 10,000 and 20,000 people between approximately 1050 and 1200 CE, and constituting the largest pre-Columbian urban settlement north of Mexico, is one of the most remarkable and most systematically underappreciated of the world's ancient cities. A metropolis that was, at its height, larger than contemporary London, whose central earthwork, Monk's Mound, is the largest prehistoric earthen structure in the Americas by volume, and whose specific political and religious organization has left a body of archaeological evidence whose interpretation continues to generate significant scholarly debate. Monk's Mound, the great earthen platform at the center of the Cahokia site, rises approximately 30 meters above the surrounding floodplain and covers an area of approximately 5.5 hectares at its base, containing approximately 814,000 cubic meters of earth transporting and deposited in successive construction phases over a period of approximately 3 centuries. It was built without metal tools, without wheeled vehicles, and without draft animals, carried basket by the organized labor of the Cahokia community, in a sustained investment of collective effort that rivals the construction projects of any ancient civilization. On its summit stood a large wooden structure, the residence or ceremonial building of the paramount chief, that has been reconstructed from the post holes left in the mound's surface. The specific political and religious system of Cahokia, the organization of its hierarchical society, the nature of the authority wielded by its paramount chiefs, and the specific beliefs that motivated the extraordinary public investment of mound building, has been substantially illuminated by the excavation of Mound 72, a ridgetop mound south of Monk's Mound that contained a series of elaborate burial contexts, including the famous beaded burial. A high-status individual buried on a platform of more than 20,000 marine shell beads arranged in the shape of a falcon, accompanied by the sacrificed remains of more than 250 other individuals, mostly young women, buried in mass grave in and around the principal burial. Cahokia was abandoned by approximately 1350 CE for reasons that remain debated. Flooding, drought, political fragmentation, and soil exhaustion have all been proposed. The city was gone before European contact. It left no writing, no surviving oral tradition, and no biological descendants who can be unambiguously identified. North America's greatest pre-Columbian city is one of the least known great cities in the history of the world. Fact 90, the mysteries at 90, 10 facts from the end. 90 facts into the story of the world's oldest mysteries, 10 facts from the end, and the journey is approaching its conclusion with the full weight of the human unknown behind it. We have moved from Göbekli Tepe's hunter-gatherer builders to the mu-unimaged void in the Great Pyramid. We have descended into the cenotes of the Maya and the Mithraea of Rome. We have seen the eyes restored to the Easter island Moe and understood what their blindness meant. We have stood at Cahokia and found a city larger than medieval London, built from baskets of earth by a civilization that most of the world does not know existed. We have heard Linnea read aloud in sounds whose meaning has been lost. We have watched the Nazca Lines survive 2,000 years only to be threatened by the footprints of environmental activists. What 10 facts remain? The ones that bring the entire journey into focus, the discoveries still being made, the technologies still being applied to the surface of the ancient world, the specific quality of attention that the study of ancient mysteries cultivates in those who pursue it honestly, and the question that all 100 facts have been building toward. What does the human encounter with the unknown, conducted honestly and with appropriate humility, ultimately give us? The answer is not a list of solved mysteries. It is a quality of mind, a capacity for wonder that does not require the comfort of resolution, a willingness to sit with the genuinely unknown and find it generative rather than threatening, a recognition that the most interesting questions are the ones that open onto further questions rather than closing into answers. 10 facts from the end. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 91. The Nazca Lines and AI, new eyes on an old desert. The application of artificial intelligence to the detection of new Nazca geoglyphs. The collaborative project between the archaeologist Johnny Eiler of the Peruvian Ministry of Culture and the Japanese professor Masato Sakai of Yamagata University, who trained machine learning algorithms on high-resolution drone and satellite imagery of the Nazca and Palpa regions, and used the resulting detection system to identify geoglyphs invisible to the human eye in the same imagery. Represents the most productive single methodological advance in Nazca research, since Maria Reich spent her decades walking the plateau surface with a measuring tape and a notebook, and demonstrates with particular clarity how the application of new analytical tools to ancient evidence can transform the scale and character of an ancient mystery without resolving its fundamental questions. The machine learning system developed by the Yamagata University team was trained on known geoglyphs, taught to recognize the specific patterns of line geometry, surface contrast, and spatial organization that distinguish human-made geoglyphs from natural surface variation, and then applied to the full body of high-resolution imagery covering the Nazca and Palpa regions. Between 2019 and 2022 CE, the system identified more than 300 previously unknown geoglyphs, effectively doubling the previously catalogued inventory, and revealing that the geoglyph-making tradition of the southern Peruvian desert was dramatically more extensive and more varied than the classical inventory of figures described by Reich and her contemporaries had suggested. The newly identified geoglyphs include figures made in a different technique from the classic Nazca animal and plant figures, relief geoglyphs created by piling stones into lines rather than removing them, and appearing to be older than the classic figures. They include human figures in pairs, figures in apparent motion, scenes of interaction between multiple figures, and a range of animal and abstract forms not represented in the classic inventory. The AI system found, in images that human researchers had examined for years, hundreds of things that human eyes had missed, not because the human researchers were careless, but because the specific pattern recognition capabilities of machine learning operate on different visual principles from human perception and detect different features in the same visual information. The AI discovery of new Nazca geoglyphs is a parable about the nature of mystery itself. The geoglyphs were there, the images were there. The mystery was not in the evidence, but in the capacity of the available tools to read it. The ancient world is full of things that are present and invisible, waiting not for new evidence, but for new ways of seeing the evidence that has always been there. Fact 92, the Lost Gospel of Judas, a text that changed everything. The Gospel of Judas, the ancient Coptic text, part of the Codex Ticharcos, a leather-bound papyrus codex carbon-dated to approximately 300 CE and containing a Coptic translation of a 2nd century Greek original that was acquired by antiquities dealers in Egypt in the 1970s CE, spent decades passing through private hands in conditions of inadequate preservation, was acquired by the Maecenas Foundation in 2000 CE. Painstakingly conserved and translated, and finally published in 2006 CE by the National Geographic Society, is the most significant new Christian textual discovery since the Dead Sea Scrolls, and one of the most illuminating of all the world's ancient documentary mysteries. A text that presents the figure of Judas Iscariot not as the betrayer of Jesus, but as his closest confidant, the only disciple who truly understood Jesus' teachings, and the recipient of a specific revelation about the nature of the divine that the canonical Gospels do not contain. The specific theological content of the Gospel of Judas, a Gnostic text reflecting the traditions of a specific early Christian sect called the Sethians, presents a cosmological framework radically different from the canonical Christianity that emerged victorious from the theological debates of the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE. A universe created not by the benevolent God of mainstream Christianity, but by a series of lesser divine beings called archons, presided over by a demiurge, a creator God who is not the highest divine principle, but a subordinate and imperfect deity. In this framework, the material world is a prison of the divine spark within the human being, and the mission of the true Savior is to liberate that spark from its material imprisonment, a liberation that requires the death of the physical body, and that Judas enables by delivering Jesus to the authorities. The Gospel of Judas was known to exist. The early church father Irenaeus of Lyon denounced it by name in approximately 180 CE as a forgery full of wickedness produced by a Gnostic sect. Its physical survival, in a Coptic copy buried in an Egyptian cave sometime in the 4th century CE, was the result of the same specific accident of preservation, dry conditions, protective enclosure, archaeological invisibility that saved so many of the ancient world's most important texts. For those 18 centuries that separated Irenaeus' denunciation from National Geographic's publication, the Gospel of Judas was a rumor in church history. Then it became a text. The discovery of the Gospel of Judas is a reminder that the canonical version of any story is the version that survived, and that the stories that did not survive were not necessarily less ancient, less authentically transmitted, or less seriously believed by the communities that preserved them. Fact 93, the Stonehenge Bluestones, a mystery within the mystery. The bluestones of Stonehenge, the 80 or so smaller standing stones, weighing between 2 and 5 tons each, that form the inner horseshoe and the outer circle of Stonehenge's stone settings, and that were quarried from the Preseli Hills of Pembrokeshire in Wales approximately 250 kilometres from the Stonehenge site, have been the subject of one of the most sustained and most productive debates in British prehistoric archaeology. A debate about the specific mechanism of their transport that has generated experimental archaeology, geological sourcing work, geophysical survey, and oral tradition research over more than a century, and that has recently converged on an answer both more specific and more surprising than any of the earlier theories. The geological sourcing of the bluestones, the identification of the specific quarries from which the different bluestone types were extracted, has been progressively refined by petrological analysis over several decades, and a series of excavations at quarry sites in the Preseli Hills conducted between 2011 and 2016 CE by a team led by the archaeologist Mike Parker Pearson identified the specific quarry faces from which the two main bluestone types, the spotted dolerite and the rhyolite, were extracted. These quarries at Carn Godog and Rosafellen respectively show clear evidence of systematic stone extraction using a technique of fracturing natural rock joints with wooden wedges, and they appear to have been actively worked approximately 3400 BCE, approximately 200 years before the bluestones were erected at Stonehenge. The 200-year gap between the quarrying of the bluestones and their erection at Stonehenge has led Parker Pearson to propose that the stones were not quarried specifically for Stonehenge, but were taken from a pre-existing stone monument in Wales, a stone circle already standing at or near the Preseli quarries that was dismantled and transporting to Salisbury Plain as a deliberate act of monument relocation, bringing a sacred Welsh monument to a new sacred landscape in Wiltshire. If correct, this proposal transforms the meaning of Stonehenge from a monument built from scratch to a monument, assembled in part from the sacred materials of an older monument, a palimpsest of sacred geography in which the specific stones carried the memory and the sanctity of their original location to their new setting on Salisbury Plain. The bluestones crossed 250 kilometers of prehistoric Britain by water, by land, by human effort sustained across decades, from a mountain in Wales to a plain in England. Whether they were carried as raw material or as already sacred objects makes all the difference in the world to what Stonehenge means, and that specific question is still being answered. Fact 94, the Voynich Manuscript Stars, an astronomical section without a sky. The astronomical section of the Voynich Manuscript, the section occupying approximately 25 pages of the document and consisting of circular diagrams surrounded by small human figures and labeled with the manuscript's unreadable text, in arrangements that superficially resemble the zodiacal and astronomical diagrams common in medieval European manuscripts, is the section that has attracted the most sustained and the most various attempts at decipherment. Because its visual content, circular forms suggesting celestial charts, figures that might be constellation figures, arrangements that evoke the zodiac, appears to offer the most specific parallel with known astronomical traditions of the medieval period, and therefore the most promising avenue for establishing a connection between the manuscript's content and any identifiable body of knowledge. The circular diagrams of the astronomical section are organized around central circles from which radiating lines or spokes extend to an outer ring of smaller figures and text labels, an arrangement that does resemble the circular astronomical diagrams used in medieval European, Islamic, and Byzantine astronomical manuscripts to represent the zodiacal band, the months of the year, or the positions of stars in a specific coordinate system. The small human figures distributed around the outer rings of the diagrams, some appear to be bathing in pools, others appear to hold objects, others appear to interact with each other in ways that suggest narrative, have been interpreted as constellation figures, as representations of the months, and as something entirely without parallel in any known astronomical tradition. The specific astronomical content that the diagrams might encode, if they encode astronomy at all, has been sought by researchers who have attempted to match the arrangements of the small labeled figures with known star catalogues, zodiacal sequences, and lunar mansion systems from various cultural traditions. None of these attempts has produced a match convincing enough to achieve scholarly consensus, and the possibility that the astronomical section represents a purely invented cosmological system, stars and constellations from a sky that exists only in the manuscript, cannot be excluded. The Voynich Manuscript's sky may be a sky that was never seen. It may be a sky still waiting to be identified. It may be a coded representation of a real sky that the right key would unlock. After a century of looking, the stars of the Voynich Manuscript still do not correspond to any sky that scholarship has been able to map them onto, and they continue, as they have always continued, to turn slowly in their circles on their vellum pages, lit by no light that the modern world has yet produced. Fact 95, the mystery of human consciousness, the oldest unknown. The oldest and deepest of all the world's mysteries is not to be found in any archaeological site or any undeciphered text. It is not inscribed in stone, preserved in ice, or hidden beneath the ocean. It exists in the specific space between the neurons of every human brain that has ever attempted to understand the world it inhabits, in the fact of consciousness itself, the specific phenomenon of subjective experience, of there being something it is like to be a human being, that is simultaneously the most intimate and most certain fact of every person's existence, and the least understood phenomenon in the history of scientific investigation. Every ancient mystery discussed in this series, every undeciphered script, every impossible engineering achievement, every astronomical alignment, every vanished civilization was created by conscious human beings. Beings who experienced the world subjectively, who had inner lives of memory, anticipation, emotion, and meaning, who built monuments and wrote texts and drew figures on desert surfaces as expressions of a specific inner life, whose specific contents we cannot directly access across the distance of millennia. The mystery of what it was like to be the person who set the last bluestone in place at Stonehenge, who pressed the last sign into the Phaistos disc before firing it, who painted the last line of the Lascaux condor by lamplight in the depths of the cave. That mystery is the one that no archaeological tool, however sensitive, can fully penetrate. Consciousness is the original mystery, the one that precedes all the others, that makes all the others possible, and that the study of all the others ultimately circles back to. We are conscious beings trying to understand the products of other conscious beings across a distance of time so great that the cultural context that gave those products their meaning has been lost. What we are doing when we study the ancient mysteries is attempting to reconstruct the inner life of the human past from its material residue, an enterprise of empathy as much as scholarship, of imagination as much as evidence. The study of the world's oldest mysteries is, in the end, the study of consciousness trying to know itself across time, the living mind reaching back through the darkness toward the minds that made the stones and drew the lines, and carved the faces, and wrote the words that no one living can read. That reaching is itself one of the most specifically and most profoundly human things that any human being can do. Fact 96, the future of the ancient past, what technology will find. The next generation of archaeological discovery, the specific body of ancient mysteries that will be resolved, partially illuminated, or newly identified in the coming decades through the application of technologies either recently developed or currently under development, is itself a kind of mystery. A future unknown whose general shape can be sketched from the trajectory of current research, but whose specific content cannot be predicted, because the most significant discoveries in the history of archaeology have consistently been the ones that no one predicted. The technologies most likely to transform the understanding of the ancient world in the near future include several that are already producing significant results. LIDAR, the airborne laser scanning that revealed the full extent of Angkor and has been systematically applied to forested archaeological landscapes worldwide, is still in the early stages of its application to many regions whose archaeological landscape has never been systematically surveyed from the air, and the discoveries it will produce in the Amazon basin in sub-Saharan Africa and in the forested regions of Southeast Asia are likely to be as transformative for the understanding of those regions' pre-colonial history as the Angkor revelation was for Southeast Asian archaeology. Ancient DNA analysis, the extraction and sequencing of genetic material from ancient human remains, is revolutionizing the understanding of prehistoric population movements, migrations, and interactions at a speed and a precision that traditional archaeological methods could never achieve. The application of ancient DNA to the populations of the Bronze Age Mediterranean, the Neolithic Americas, and the ancient civilizations of South Asia is already producing results that overturn long-established models of cultural history, and the coming decades will extend this analysis to populations and periods that current laboratory capabilities cannot yet reach. Muon tomography, the technique that found the void in the Great Pyramid, is being developed to higher resolutions and applied to an increasing range of sites where non-invasive imaging can reveal internal structures without the physical intrusion that conservation requirements prohibit. The pyramids of Meroe, the buried temples of Cambodia, and the sealed chambers of unexcavated tumuli across Eurasia are all candidates for muon imaging that might reveal what lies within without a single stone being moved. The ancient world is not fully known. It will not be fully known, but it will be better known, and each new knowing will reveal new depths of unknown beyond the newly illuminated edge. Fact 97, the stones still standing, why we build. Every monument discussed in this series, from Göbekli Tepe's carved pillars to the Easter Island moai, to the Nazca Condor to the Great Pyramid, was built for reasons that made complete sense within the specific cultural and cosmological framework of its builders. Reasons that were not arbitrary or irrational, but that reflected a coherent understanding of the relationship between human beings and the sacred powers of the universe, between the living and the dead, between the present moment and the eternal order that the monuments were built to express and to reinforce. The specific reasons differed profoundly from one culture to another and from one monument to another. Newgrange was built to bring the light of the shortest day into the chamber of the dead, to connect the moment of the sun's darkest point to the darkness where the ancestors rested. The Nazca Lines were drawn to walk the sacred geography of water and sky in a desert where water was the difference between life and death. The moai were carved and erected and given eyes to activate the protective presence of ancestors in a landscape where community survival depended on the specific power of ancestral mana. Sacsayhuaman was built to celebrate the divine authority of the Sapa Inca and to provide a stage for the ceremonies through which the cosmic order was annually renewed. What all of these monuments share, beneath the specific diversity of their cultural contexts and their specific functions, is the fundamental human impulse that produced them. The impulse to make something permanent in a world of constant change, to mark the significance of the specific place where a community lives and the specific moment in which it exists, to build a physical embodiment of the values and beliefs that make communal life coherent and meaningful. This impulse is not peculiar to any culture or any period. It is as present in the glass towers of the modern city as in the stone circles of the Neolithic plain, a continuous expression, across all the diversity of human cultural forms, of the specifically human refusal to live entirely within the transient and the unmarked. The stones are still standing, the lines are still in the desert, the disc is still in the museum with its 45 unread signs, the writing that no one can read is still written. The ancient world built for permanence, and the permanence it achieved outlasted every specific reason that motivated it, surviving into a future that its builders could not imagine, and that continues to stand before those monuments in wonder at what they mean. Fact 98, the children of mystery, what ancient puzzles give us. The specific gifts that the world's oldest mysteries give to those who engage with them honestly, without the false certainty of alternative history, and without the dismissive closure of an explanation that settles the question before the evidence warrants, are among the most valuable intellectual and emotional experiences that the study of the ancient world has to offer. Gifts of wonder, of humility, of expanded imagination, and of a specific quality of presence in the face of the genuinely unknown that is increasingly rare in a world that has become accustomed to the instant availability of answers. Wonder, the specific emotional and cognitive state of encountering something that exceeds the capacity of one's existing frameworks to contain it, is the primary gift of the ancient mysteries. The experience of standing before the Antikythera Mechanism and understanding what it is and when it was made, of looking at the Lascaux paintings and registering the full measure of their age and their beauty, of reading the description of Göbekli Tepe and confronting the inverted chronology of religion and agriculture. These are experiences of genuine wonder whose specific quality cannot be replicated by any other kind of encounter with the past. Because they involve the specific shock of recognition that the ancient world was more than our model of it could contain. Humility, the recognition of the limits of one's own knowledge and the limits of the tools with which that knowledge is pursued, is the second great gift. Study of ancient mysteries is an education in the specific form of intellectual humility that acknowledges not merely personal ignorance, but the structural incompleteness of the available evidence. The recognition that what we do not know about the ancient world is vastly greater than what we know, and that this is not a temporary condition to be remedied by the next generation of research, but a permanent feature of the human relationship to a past that is irreversibly and partly lost. And imagination, the capacity to project oneself into the specific situation of the ancient builder, the ancient scribe, the ancient astronomer, is the third and most precious gift. The exercise of a specifically human faculty that the ancient mysteries require and reward, that connects the present to the past across the distance that the evidence alone cannot bridge, and that is the closest any living human being can come to the experience of the ancient world that made the stones and drew the lines and left, in the deliberate permanence of their monuments, the most enduring message that the human past has managed to transmit to the human present. Fact 99, the mystery that lives, what we are still finding. The ancient world is not a closed archive. It is an active, ongoing discovery, a body of evidence that is continuously enlarged by new excavations, new analytical techniques, new satellite surveys, and the occasional extraordinary accident that brings something entirely unexpected to light. The year that this video was made brought new discoveries. the year after it will bring more. The ancient mysteries are not a fixed inventory of unsolved problems, but a living frontier of human knowledge whose edge is continuously moving, revealing, with each advance, not only new answers but new questions that the previous edge of knowledge had not been able to formulate. In the last decade alone, LIDAR revealed that Angkor was 10 times larger than previously mapped. New tomography found a room in the Great Pyramid that no living person had entered. Ancient DNA from the Yamnaya steppe people rewrote the story of how the Indo-European languages spread across Eurasia. 3 frozen children on the summit of Lulelako told their own story through the chemistry of their hair. The Scam Pyramids project found the Big Void. The Yamagata University AI found 300 new Nazca geoglyphs. A new cache of Sangsingdui ritual objects was excavated in Sichuan. The Return to Antikythera project extracted DNA from the wreck's skeleton and began the process of finding out who was on the ship. Each of these discoveries happened because someone applied a new tool or a new question or a new way of looking to evidence that had been available for years or decades or centuries, and found in it something that no previous way of looking had revealed. The ancient world is still speaking. The tools for hearing it are still improving. And the specific discoveries that will transform the understanding of the ancient past in the next decade are discoveries that no one has yet predicted, finds that will emerge from the desert or the ocean or the laboratory with the specific quality of all the great discoveries in the history of archaeology. The quality of being both entirely surprising and, in retrospect, exactly what the evidence was always pointing toward. The world's oldest mysteries are not waiting to be solved. They are waiting to be heard, by ears equipped with new tools, guided by new questions, and willing to sit in the specific productive silence of the genuinely unknown until something in that silence begins to speak. Fact 100. The mystery continues, an invitation to wonder. 100 facts into the story of the world's oldest mysteries. And the story, as it was always going to be, does not end with an answer. It ends with a horizon, the specific line where the known world meets the unknown, that recedes as you approach it, and that reveals, with each step toward it, not the edge of the ancient world but the depth of it. The specific, inexhaustible, continuously astonishing depth of what human beings have been and done and built and written and drawn and buried, and lost across the 10,000 years of recorded human experience that our best tools have only begun to map. The stones of Göbekli Tepe are still emerging from the limestone plateau of southern Turkey, 5% excavated, 95% still underground. The cenotes of Yucatan are still being dived, their cave systems still being mapped, their bones and offerings still being read by the forensic light of new analytical methods. The Voynich Manuscript still sits in the Beinecke Library at Yale, its garden of impossible plants still growing in its vellum pages, its text still waiting for a reader who has not yet been born, or has not yet thought to look at it in the specific way that will make it yield. The Rongorongo tablets still hold the last words of a civilization, in a script that the last readers have died before they could teach anyone else. The Big Void is still inside the Great Pyramid, waiting for someone to find a way to enter it without disturbing a single stone. And the night sky, the sky that the Nazca astronomers read in the dark nebulae of the Milky Way, that the builders of Newgrange oriented their passage toward in the moment of the winter solstice sunrise, that the makers of the Antikythera Mechanism encoded in bronze and gear work, that every ancient civilization studied with an attention and a reverence that the artificial lighting of the modern world has made genuinely difficult to recover, that sky is still there. On a clear night far from city lights at altitude, it is still exactly what it always was, an overwhelming presence of light and darkness and movement and pattern, immeasurably old, immeasurably large, and still, for all the centuries of human attention it has received, not fully understood. Close your eyes, breathe slowly. The stones are still standing. The lines are still in the desert. The disc is still in the museum. The sky is still turning above the plateau where the builders of Göbekli Tepe carved their foxes and their serpents into the limestone 11,000 years ago and looked up at the same Milky Way and saw in it a meaning that we are still trying to recover. The mystery continues. The wonder is the point. This has been explored during sleeping.